Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. It was a normal day at UA, and Class 1A was relaxing in the dorms when suddenly, a portal opened above them and pulled them all in. They woke up in a large theater, and they weren't alone. The teachers, the big three, 𝐼, 𝐼𝐬, the wild pussycats, 𝗪𝐿, 𝐻𝐼𝐬, Class 1B, Kami Atsushimi, Inasa Yarashi from Shiketsu High School, David and Melissa Shield, Izuku's mother, 𝐼𝐵H, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Ms. Joke, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Kamui Woods, Gunhead, Gang Orca, and several other pro-heroes were also there, beginning to regain consciousness. Bakugo shouted in frustration, demanding to know where they were. All Might urged him to calm down and figure things out. Izuku's mother rushed to him, worried and confused. 𝐼𝐵H and All Might exchanged anxious glances, both equally puzzled by the situation. A mysterious voice interrupted their chaos, announcing that it was time to explain what was happening. The group quickly assumed defensive stances, with Endeavor demanding to see the speaker. A young man stepped out of the shadows onto the stage. He appeared to be around the same age as Izuku and his friends, with dirty blonde hair, sunglasses, a brown leather jacket, jeans, sneakers, and a white t-shirt partially obscured by his jacket. He introduced himself as Luke and claimed he had brought them there to show them the multiverse. Momo questioned the validity of the multiverse, but Luke assured her it was real and that they would be watching it. Bakugo, skeptical, attempted to unleash an explosion, only to find that his quirk had been temporarily disabled. Aizawa reminded him that there were children present, pointing to 𝐼 and 𝐾𝐬. Luke reassured them that he had censored the situation for the kids. Izuku asked how Luke had managed to do this, and Luke explained that he was from an alternate universe where quirks did not exist. He revealed that in his world, they were fictional characters in a manga and anime called My Hero Academia. He had a superpower that allowed him to travel to other universes and create pocket dimensions, including the theater they were in. He further explained that time and space worked differently there, so only a few seconds would pass when they returned to their universe. Tokoyami requested to have Dark Shadow returned, and Luke complied, but with the condition that Dark Shadow could not attack anyone. When Ochako learned they were all fictional characters in Luke's universe, she expressed her surprise. Luke shared that My Hero Academia was his favorite show, and one of them was the main character. Bakugo immediately asserted that he was the main character, but Luke dismissed him, stating that Izuku was the true main character. This revelation shocked everyone, especially Izuku, who blushed with embarrassment. Bakugo erupted in outrage, questioning why Izuku was the main character. Luke explained that the show focused on Izuku's journey to becoming a hero, and it was quite popular. He then offered to show them the multiverse, suggesting it could be educational. Nizu considered the proposal and ultimately agreed. Excitement filled the room as everyone prepared to watch the multiverse. Luke reminded them that not all universes would be cheerful and assured Mandalay that there would be a safe space for 𝐼 and 𝐾𝐬 if needed. He pointed out the bathrooms and a children's play area before dimming the lights. With a remote in hand, Luke activated a large holographic screen on the stage, and the first alternate universe began to unfold. It depicted a medieval fantasy world filled with knights, dragons, and wizards. The scene shifted to an island and then to a forest, where multiple skeleton warriors were being defeated by two figures, a young man with green hair and freckles and a young woman with short brown hair. They were Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Izuku was wearing a green vest over a white button-up shirt, light gray gloves, blue trousers, and his classic red shoes. He also had a sword. Ochako wore a velvet witch's hat and a light brown short robe, paired with black leggings, red gloves, and red boots. She carried a wooden staff adorned with a red gem. Mina exclaimed that it was great to see them, and Ochako expressed excitement about their appearance, while Izuku shyly agreed, trying to hide his blush. After defeating the remaining enemies, the two took a moment to catch their breath. Izuku checked on Ochako, who assured him she was fine. Mina noted their formal titles, and Toru suggested it was just how some people were addressed in this universe. Ochako mentioned they should meet up with Prince Todoroki and the others to plan their attack on the League of Villains, and Izuku agreed, determined to end Shigaraki's reign of terror. Mina teased Todoroki about his royal status, but he dismissed it. 𝗟𝗏 chimed in, joking about Todoroki's royal title, while Todoroki grumbled in response. All Might raised a concern about the upcoming battle against the League of Villains. Once they reached their destination, they were greeted by the rest of Class 1A from this universe. Ida and Momo wore knight armor, while Todoroki was dressed like a prince and had a horse. Tsu was dressed as a barmaid, and Bakugo appeared as a warrior with a dragon. Kaminari admired their outfits, and Kirishima was surprised to find he had transformed into the dragon. Todoroki announced that the castle was just ahead, and it was time to launch a full-scale attack. Izuku urged everyone to arm themselves for the fight against Shigaraki. Kaminari expressed his nerves about the battle, but 𝗟𝗏 reassured him, pointing out Kirishima's dragon form. As they prepared, Ochako placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, wanting to share something important, but Bakugo interrupted, eager to start the fight. Jiro scolded Bakugo for interrupting, while Momo wondered what Ochako had intended to say. Ochako blushed, knowing what her alternate self was going to express. They launched their attack on the castle, which loomed ominously above a river of lava, primarily made of obsidian. 𝗟𝗏 commented on the castle's terrifying appearance, and Mineta panicked at its menacing look. Upon reaching the front gates, they were met by the League of Villains, except for Shigaraki. Izuku demanded to know Shigaraki's whereabouts, drawing his sword. Dabi taunted them, revealing that Shigaraki awaited them on the top floor, but they would have to get past the villains first. The battle commenced, with Izuku's sword crackling with green lightning as he swung it at his opponents. Ochako activated her staff, lifting multiple enemies into the air. Bakugo rode Kirishima in dragon form, unleashing fire upon their foes. Ida instructed them to hold off the villains while Izuku confronted Shigaraki. Izuku wished Ida good luck, and Ochako urged him to be safe. He assured her he always was, and his confident demeanor made her blush, as did the other girls watching. As Izuku entered the castle, he fought his way to the top floor, where Shigaraki awaited him, clad in black armor and a menacing cloak, adorned with hands. Shigaraki greeted Izuku, brandishing a sword that resembled Izuku's but appeared darker and more intimidating. Izuku declared that Shigaraki's evil reign must end, while Shigaraki taunted him, claiming his own sword was more powerful. The two charged at each other, their swords clashing with sparks flying. Shigaraki taunted Izuku about his friends' fates, threatening them with gruesome ends. Hearing this drove Izuku into a rage, and he pushed Shigaraki away, attacking with renewed fury. Observers noted how Shigaraki's threats about Ochako had ignited Izuku's anger. Izuku then unleashed his power, calling upon one for all 500%, and a glowing figure resembling All Might appeared around him. All for one 500%. Shigaraki shouted, and a dark figure resembling All for One materialized around him. Momo observed that it looked similar to All Might forming around Midoriya. Sato noted that it appeared to be All for One surrounding Shigaraki. Ochako expressed her confusion about the significance of All for One and One for All, suggesting it seemed more connected to All Might and Shigaraki. The tension in the air was palpable as Izuku, All Might, Principal Nizu, Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, and Bakugo all reacted nervously, fearing the truth about One for All might be revealed. The two figures clashed, creating a brilliant flash of light. As they fought, the silhouettes of All Might and All for One mirrored their movements. Eventually, Izuku managed to knock the sword from Shigaraki's grasp, leaving him exposed. The figures representing All Might and All for One faded away, leaving only Izuku and Shigaraki. Izuku declared that there would be no more violence and that it was time to end this. Shigaraki countered, stating that they would meet again, just not today, as he swiftly retrieved his sword. Suddenly, a warp gate opened behind Shigaraki, pulling him in before Izuku could intervene. Frustrated with himself for not being faster, Izuku returned outside to join the others. Todoroki informed the group that many members of the League of Villains had escaped through a warp gate, but they had defeated the remaining ones. Izuku acknowledged that while Shigaraki had gotten away, they had taken over the villain's castle, which would hinder them. He encouraged everyone to celebrate their victory. The group cheered in agreement, and the scene transitioned to black. Kaminari excitedly remarked about having their own castle to relax in, while Mineta exclaimed about it being surrounded by lava. Luke interrupted, telling them to quiet down and that this universe was concluding, but a sequel would follow. The crowd expressed their enthusiasm, and Luke asked who was ready for the next universe, to which everyone eagerly responded. Luke then announced that the next universe was set in the future, where Izuku was a husband and father. Many of the girls were curious about who the mother was, while Izuku was taken aback by the revelation that he was a dad. The scene opened with the sun rising over 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 City, transitioning to an apartment where a baby was crying. A door opened, revealing a 20-year-old Izuku Midoriya, who had just come out without a shirt, showcasing his toned physique. Kirishima complimented Izuku on his impressive muscles, to which Izuku modestly replied that he had been working out more. The girls in the room blushed at the sight, with Ochako even experiencing a nosebleed. Concerned for his friend, Izuku asked if she needed recovery girl's help. Ochako assured him she was fine, wiping her nose and attempting to hide her embarrassment. As Izuku walked down the hallway, he grabbed a t-shirt from the laundry and put it on, prompting some of the girls to express their disappointment at him covering up. Entering the baby's room, Izuku approached a crib where a wailing baby, resembling him but with brown hair, was crying. He picked the baby up, soothingly saying that daddy was there. All Might, observing from a distance, thought to himself that Izuku had named his son after him. Izuku carried his son into the kitchen and placed him in a high chair. As he prepared breakfast, he heard footsteps and turned to see a 10-year-old 𝐼 entering, rubbing her eyes. Izuku greeted her and asked how she had slept. 𝐼 responded positively and inquired about breakfast. Izuku informed her they would have bacon and eggs. 𝐼 sat at the table, playfully ruffling Toshi's curly brown hair, making him giggle. The scene was heartwarming, eliciting coos from the onlookers. Izuku then asked 𝐼 to wake her mother, to which a familiar voice responded that she was already awake. A young woman with a round face, blush marks on her cheeks, brown hair, and brown eyes entered the kitchen. The room erupted with excitement as everyone recognized Ochako. Mina exclaimed that she had known about their feelings for each other, while All Might expressed his happiness for Izuku. Ida and Gunhead joined in the celebration, congratulating the couple. Mineta, however, was less gracious, exclaiming his disbelief at Izuku's good fortune, only to be silenced by Momo. Izuku greeted Ochako warmly as she approached him, and they shared a tender moment, both blushing at the sight of their alternate selves. The family gathered around the table for breakfast, enjoying their meal together. 𝐼 asked about their plans for the day, and Izuku explained that Toshi had a playdate with his friends. Ochako affectionately tickled Toshi's chin, causing him to giggle with joy, which melted the hearts of everyone watching. Inko proudly remarked on how adorable her grandson was, while Izuku expressed his gratitude for being able to spend time with his family even as the #1 hero. The revelation that Izuku had become the #1 hero shocked everyone. Kaminari and Bakugo reacted with disbelief, with Bakugo demanding to know how Izuku had achieved this. All Might felt a swell of pride for his successor as the scene shifted forward to a rainy afternoon, where Toshi was dressed in a little Deku onesie. It was just like when Izuku used to wear an All Might onesie as a child, which made Inko smile fondly. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up as he tried to hide his face in embarrassment. Kaminari, barely able to contain his laughter, teased about the onesie, prompting giggles from the other students. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the apartment. Ochako rushed to answer the door, revealing their old classmates, Todoroki and Momo. Todoroki cradled a baby boy who resembled him, with one side of his hair black and his left eye a striking gray. Momo held a baby girl who looked just like her, with red hair on one side and a blue eye. Everyone greeted them with surprise, and Ochako welcomed them inside. Momo explained they were late because Todoroki had been busy getting the kids ready. Mina, curious, asked if Todoroki and Momo were a couple in this universe, causing both to blush deeply. Mineta, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed about Todoroki's luck in winning Momo's affection. 𝐼𝐼𝐻, sipping on a Coke, asked Luke for a favor, wanting his quirk back just long enough to tape up Mineta, who was quickly silenced. 𝗟𝗏𝐻, observing the scene, commented on his grandchildren, expressing his hopes for their powerful quirks, which made Shoto tense with frustration. Ochako pointed out the babies to Toshi, who was sitting on the floor. The three little ones cooed and giggled at each other, filling the room with warmth. Todoroki felt a smile grow on his face as he thought about naming his daughter after his mother. Another knock interrupted the moment, and this time, Kirishima and Mina entered with their baby, who had Kirishima's features but with pink hair and skin, along with Mina's distinctive horns. They apologized for being late, explaining they had trouble finding their son's raincoat. Toru commented on the baby's name, Akio, while the parents blushed at the attention. Yet another knock came, and Kaminari, Jiro, and their child entered. The baby looked just like Jiro but had blonde hair with it. Purple lightning bolt. Denki greeted everyone, and Jiro, slightly embarrassed, explained they had trouble finding 𝗟𝗶𝗸 covers for their daughter's earphone jacks. Izuku noted that it made sense for her to have those covers, as some infants with quirks needed special equipment to ensure safety. As they placed Kimiko down with the other babies, another knock sounded. Toru and Ojiro arrived with their daughter, who resembled Ojiro but lacked a visible tail. Toru greeted everyone, and Mina commented on the couple. Suddenly, something invisible struck Ojiro, prompting Toru to scold their daughter for her invisible tail. Bakugo, unable to resist, made a comment, which led to a heated exchange. Aizawa intervened, insisting Bakugo apologize, which he begrudgingly did. After Keiko joined the other infants, another knock was heard. Tsu and Tokoyami entered with their baby, who looked like Tsu but had black hair. Mina announced their arrival, and Tsu apologized for the delay as she placed her daughter among the other babies. Izuku excitedly introduced Tsubame, prompting coos and giggles from the little ones. As the gathering continued, another knock brought Ida and Mei, along with their baby, who had tiny engines in his legs and eyes resembling crosshairs. The room erupted in surprise at Ida and Hatsume's pairing, leading to a discussion about their relationship. Luke explained that many people shipped them after their encounter during the sports festival, which left Ida bewildered. With everyone finally gathered, they turned their attention back to the festivities, eager to continue the celebration. "Thank you," Luke said as they placed the baby down with the others. "Here's Tensei, everybody," Mei announced to the infants sitting on the carpet. Ida thought about how he named the baby after his brother. Then there was another knock on the door. This time, it was ♀, his wife, and their son. "Hey guys, sorry we're late," ♀ said. "Now it's ♀, his wife, and son," Mina added, surprised that ♀ had a family in this universe. ♀ placed his son down with the other kids, telling him to have fun. ♀ thought about how he named his son after Aizawa, while Aizawa realized that ♀ named his son after him. Class 1A erupted in excitement, with one student exclaiming how sweet it was. Ms. Joke found it adorable, while Todoroki teased about secret love children. ♀ clarified that naming his child after Aizawa didn't mean they were related. After everyone calmed down, they resumed watching the alternate universe. Soon after, the rest of their classmates and their families arrived. Siro came with his wife and son, Shoji with his wife and son, Aoyama with his husband and their adopted son, Koda with his wife and daughter, Sato with his wife and son, and Mineta with his son. But then Mineta shouted, "Where's my wife?" The girls responded that she probably left him. Luke explained that Mineta's wife had passed away during childbirth, and he had changed in this universe, now respecting women. The girls felt a bit bad for Mineta, especially since he was no longer a pervert. Mineta cried, knowing the truth about his wife. That was all the kids, except for one. Another knock on the door brought Izuku to greet Bakugo, Cammy, and a baby girl who looked just like Bakugo, but in female form. Class 1A shouted in surprise, except for Bakugo and Yurashi. Cammy playfully reminded Bakugo that they were a couple in this universe, causing Bakugo to blush. As they entered the apartment, Bakugo greeted Izuku and Cammy placed their daughter down with the other infants. Kirishima noted the name Katsumi, similar to Katsuki, while Todoroki commented on Bakugo's choice. Bakugo yelled back, demanding to know what that was supposed to mean. Luke told Bakugo to be quiet, reminding him that he didn't have to give him his quirk back, which silenced Bakugo immediately. Katsumi was initially mean to the other babies, but when she saw Toshi, she giggled and cooed at him, and he responded in kind. Momo remarked on how adorable it was, while Mina and Toru agreed. Bakugo, however, was confused and shouted about his daughter being nice to Izuku's child. Kami reassured him that she was just a baby. After all the parents settled down, the kids played together. Izuku asked Bakugo how hero work was going, to which Bakugo replied that being the number 2 pro hero was tough, alongside being a father. Kirishima cheered for Bakugo's rank, but Bakugo shouted back that he should be number 1. As the day ended, all their friends left, leaving just Izuku, Ochako, Toshi, and Eri. Ochako tickled Toshi's cheek and remarked on how fun the day was. They all got ready for bed. Fast forward to after they changed into pajamas. Eri was already asleep, and Izuku had placed Toshi in his crib. Izuku and Ochako lay on their bed, reflecting on how nice the day was. Izuku turned off the lights, shared a kiss with Ochako, and they both drifted off to sleep. Before falling asleep, Izuku thought about how much he loved his family and would do anything to protect them, even if it meant giving up being a hero. He realized that his inspiration for being a hero came from them. The screen went black. Luke announced that was all for this universe for now and teased a sequel focusing on their kids when they were older. He then opened the floor for questions. Ochako asked why she and Izuku were together in that universe. Luke explained that many people in his world shipped them, calling it Izuoka. He noted that while they hadn't gotten together in the show yet, there were various ships, including Izuku with other girls and even some guys. Izuku protested, clarifying he wasn't gay. Luke mentioned that some people even shipped him with Bakugo and Todoroki, which shocked both of them. Bakugo yelled in disbelief, while Ochako was baffled by the idea of being shipped with other characters too. Luke expressed his annoyance at the Kachako ship, sharing how he often stumbled upon fan art that frustrated him. As for the girls Ochako was paired with, some people also paired her with Tsu and Mina, Luke mentioned. When asked why, he shrugged, admitting he didn't know. However, he noted that most people, including himself, shipped Izuku and Ochako together, which was evident from the #IzuchaForever shirt he revealed after unzipping his jacket. This made Izuku and Ochako blush even more. Luke then suggested they take a break from the multiverse and have lunch, to which everyone enthusiastically agreed. Luke snapped his fingers, and suddenly 2 double doors appeared at the back of the theater. They opened the doors and entered the cafeteria, which looked quite impressive. Kaminari admired the place, while 𝐼𝐻 pointed out some intriguing windows on the other side of the room. As they approached the windows, Aizawa questioned what they were seeing. Luke explained that those orbs represented the multiverse, each one an alternate universe, leaving many in awe. Afterward, Luke directed everyone to a buffet filled with a variety of food from American to Japanese cuisine. They grabbed trays and lined up, excited to sample the offerings. Once they had their meals, they settled at different tables. Class 1A gathered in booths with the Deku squad and Luke at one booth, the Baku squad at another, and the remaining students and teachers scattered around. Izuku, Ochako, and the others were still processing the information from the last universe when Bakugo broke the silence. He grabbed Luke by the collar, demanding to know why Izuku was the number 1 hero instead of him. Luke, with a hint of sarcasm, reminded Bakugo that the story of My Hero Academia focuses on Izuku's journey to becoming the world's greatest hero. This revelation prompted a collective gasp from the room. Luke then opened the floor for questions, and nearly everyone raised their hands. Eri asked why Deku and Ochako were her parents in the last universe they observed. Luke explained that in many universes, Izuku and Ochako adopted her, though sometimes it was Aizawa or Mirio. Mina inquired about the shipping of characters in different universes, and Luke confirmed that the multiverse contained infinite possibilities, including scenarios where Izuku and Ochako were paired with others. He reassured her that they wouldn't be exploring those universes, as he was a firm supporter of the Izuoka pairing. Todoroki questioned Luke's assertion that Midoriya was not All Might's secret love child, to which Luke confidently replied that he knew everything and that similar quirks did not imply a familial relationship. Todoroki pointed out that the multiverse allowed for infinite possibilities, including those where they were related. Luke acknowledged this but hinted at a future universe where two characters would indeed be related, without revealing any names. Momo brought up the confusion regarding the all for one and one for all concept in the medieval world, suggesting it seemed more connected to All Might and the villain known as All for One. Luke hesitated to explain further, suggesting they focus on their meal for now. He then approached All Might, requesting a private conversation with him, Izuku, Principal Nizu, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, and Bakugo. All Might agreed and went to gather them. Luke led the group back into the theater. He mentioned his knowledge of One for All, prompting All Might to question how he knew about it. Luke explained that anyone familiar with My Hero Academia would know about One for All, as the show primarily follows Izuku's perspective, including his discovery of the quirk. All Might pondered the situation and asked why Luke wanted to discuss it with them. Luke suggested that they should inform the others about One for All to clear the air, as he believed they could be trusted with the information. Gran Torino agreed, emphasizing that it was only a matter of time before the truth would come out. All Might reluctantly consented, instructing Luke to gather everyone in the theater once they finished eating. After the meal, they returned to the theater, where All Might, Izuku, Bakugo, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, and Principal Nizu awaited them. Ochako noticed their serious demeanor and asked what was happening. Nizu urged everyone to sit down, indicating they had something important to share. They proceeded to explain the full story of One for All and All for One, detailing how Izuku had been quirkless until All Might chose him as his successor. The revelation left everyone in shock. Kaminari expressed his disbelief at the information, while David questioned All Might about why he hadn't shared this sooner. All Might admitted he wanted to protect them from the burden. Izuku confirmed he had been born quirkless and had faced bullying, particularly from Bakugo. Luke added that Bakugo had even made a cruel comment about Izuku's worth. The group reacted with disbelief, and Momo questioned how Bakugo could have said such a thing. Luke then revealed a holographic recording from their world, showing a younger Izuku and Bakugo in middle school, where Bakugo had made a hurtful remark about Izuku's aspirations. Ochako was outraged, and Aizawa demanded to know what was wrong with Bakugo. Inko, Izuku's mother, expressed her anger at Bakugo's past actions. Luke continued to display evidence of Bakugo's bullying over the years, prompting Inko to ask Izuku why he hadn't confided in her. Izuku explained he didn't want to worry her. All Might confronted Bakugo about his actions, expressing disappointment in his treatment of Izuku. Bakugo defensively claimed he was trying to teach Izuku a lesson. All Might reminded him that he, too, had been quirkless and had faced similar challenges, but he had never been told to harm himself. This revelation surprised many in the room. All Might shared his own struggles and how he had been supported by Nana Shimura, the seventh wielder of One for All, who had shaped him into the hero he was today. He revealed that she had been killed by All for One, leading to his own injuries. Luke lightened the mood with a comment about All Might's past form, which drew a chuckle from the group. However, the atmosphere turned serious again when All Might revealed that Shigaraki was Nana's grandson. The room erupted in shock, and All Might explained that All for One had used this information against him during their final confrontation. Izuku reassured All Might that it wasn't his fault, which meant a lot to the hero. Todoroki questioned whether Shigaraki could truly be saved, but All Might remained hopeful, expressing his commitment to finding a way to redeem him for Nana's sake. After sharing the full story of One for All, All Might suggested returning to their viewing of the multiverse. As Bakugo prepared to sit down, Nizu placed a firm hand on his shoulder, indicating that their conversation about his past behavior was far from over. He emphasized that the actions Bakugo had taken against Izuku were not those of a true hero. Nizu mentioned the things a villain would do, while Bakugo dismissed it and returned to his seat. Luke suggested that Bakugo might learn something from the next universe. He then explained that the upcoming chapter would feature Izuku as Genji and Bakugo as Hanzo. He noted that in some universes, Mirio adopted Eri, even if it wasn't common in fanfiction, as 𝐒𝐮𝐬 seemed like someone who could take her in. Luke continued, reminding everyone that in some universes, characters might be related even if they weren't in their own. In this particular universe, Izuku and Bakugo were brothers. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inquired about their last names, and Luke revealed that in this universe, their last name was 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻. He explained that quirks did not exist here, but there was a superhero-like group called Overwatch. Kirishima expressed excitement about Overwatch, and Luke elaborated that Izuku and Bakugo were part of the 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 ninja clan, led by their father, 𝐂𝐽iroh 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻. When 𝐂𝐽iroh passed away, the clan elders instructed Bakugo to encourage Izuku to take a more active role, but Izuku refused. This disagreement led to a fierce confrontation, resulting in Izuku's presumed death. Bakugo, believing he had caused his brother's demise, was overwhelmed with guilt and abandoned the clan, becoming one of their enemies. Each year, Bakugo returned to 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 Castle on the anniversary of his brother's supposed death, but Luke wanted to leave the rest for them to discover. He pressed a button on the remote, and the alternate universe began to play. The scene depicted mountains in the style of ancient Japanese art, accompanied by a voice narrating an ancient legend about two dragon brothers, the dragon of the north wind and the dragon of the south wind. The imagery showed two dragons, one green and the other blue. Kaminari questioned the presence of the dragons, and Iida speculated that they represented Izuku and Bakugo. The narration continued, describing how the two dragons upheld balance and harmony in the heavens. The scene transitioned to a Japanese den with a slightly futuristic city in the background, revealing an arcade named 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 and a hovering van. Ojiro wondered if it was a flying car, while Shoji suggested it might be a hover car. Hatsum was already sketching blueprints. Suddenly, an older Katsuki Bakugo, known as Katsuki Shimada in this universe, landed outside the building. Kirishima admired his impressive tattoo, while Kaminari noted the cool bow on his back. Hatsum began drafting blueprints for the bow as well. Katsuki approached the den, where a mechanical-looking ninja observed him from a rooftop. Mina asked about the ninja, and Jiro suggested they would have to wait to find out. Katsuki climbed over a large gate adorned with the symbol of the two dragons, and the animation shifted back to the traditional style. The voice narrated that the brothers argued over who could better rule their land, leading to a fierce struggle that darkened the skies. The dragon of the south wind struck down his brother, who fell to earth, causing destruction. The scene transitioned to 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 Castle, now guarded by what appeared to be government agents, including a robot. Kaminari expressed surprise at the robot guard, and Luke explained that this universe was set in the far future, where robots had equal rights and could feel emotions. One of the guards yawned when Katsuki suddenly fired an electrical arrow at the robot, disabling it. He then struck a human guard with his bow, followed by a swift elbow to the stomach. With agility, he threw the guard toward the edge, causing him to land clumsily in front of another guard, who fumbled with his cell phone in a panic. Momo commented on the guard's clumsiness, and Todoroki agreed. Another guard charged at Katsuki with a katana, but Katsuki skillfully subdued him while firing an arrow at the guard with the cell phone, destroying it. The guard collided with a bell bearing the dragon's symbol, knocking himself out. The narration continued, revealing that the dragon of the south wind had triumphed, but as time passed, he realized his solitude, and the sweetness of victory turned to ash. The scene showed the dragon with a look of shame, as Japan burned in the background with a volcano erupting. The animation shifted back to cherry blossom petals drifting through the night sky, with the moon illuminated by strange lights. Kaminari inquired about the lights on the moon, and Luke reminded them that this was the future. Katsuki entered the building, while the mysterious ninja continued to observe him from a rooftop. Katsuki approached a damaged katana on display, alongside a banner with a tear in the corner. The voice narrated that for years, the bereaved dragon's grief plunged the world into discord, leaving him with only bitterness and sorrow. The scene shifted back to the traditional animation, where a stranger called out to the dragon, asking why he was so distraught. The dragon confessed that in seeking power, he had killed his brother, and without him, he felt lost. The stranger advised him to heal and find value in humility. Then one would find peace. All Might suggested that Bakugo should consider the stranger's words, as they might help him learn. Bakugo, however, vehemently disagreed, insisting he didn't need to listen to them. The scene shifted back to the normal animation, showing Katsuki lighting incense and offering a prayer to Izuku. He declared that he was not the first assassin sent to kill him, nor would he be the last, as he placed the offering down. Suddenly, the assassin hiding in the shadows activated the lights on his suit, revealing Izuku in the form of a robotic ninja. Momo questioned who that was, while Luke urged everyone to keep watching. The ninja landed silently on the ground, prompting Kaminari to wonder how he could make no sound. Tokoyami explained that ninjas are trained to be silent. The ninja boldly addressed Katsuki, stating he was brave to come to Shimada Castle, the den of his enemies. Katsuki retorted, questioning whether the ninja's emissarius had informed him of his identity. He then grabbed his bow and fired an arrow at the ninja, who skillfully dodged it. The ninja acknowledged that he knew Katsuki came there every year on the same day. Katsuki fired another arrow, but the ninja deftly hid behind a Japanese-style paper lantern, evading the barrage of arrows that followed. The ninja accused Katsuki of risking so much to honor someone he had murdered, and with a swift motion, 3 high-tech shurikens ejected from his cybernetic hands. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 began sketching blueprints for the mechanical hands and shurikens. The ninja threw the shurikens at Katsuki, who ducked, allowing them to pass through some of the arrows in his quiver and strike the wall behind him. Katsuki shouted that the ninja knew nothing of what had transpired, rolling forward to fire yet another arrow. This time, the ninja blocked it with his katana, but the force sent him flying over the railing. The ninja made a quick escape, but Katsuki retaliated with a scatter arrow that split into multiple projectiles. The ninja skillfully deflected them with his katana before backflipping to the next floor. Sheathing his katana, he dashed onto the balcony with incredible speed, faster than Iida could manage. Kaminari exclaimed at the ninja's speed, while Ojiro asked Iida if he could run that fast. Iida hesitated, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Katsuki pursued the ninja, but he vanished as ninjas do. The ninja's voice echoed, suggesting that Katsuki told himself his brother had disobeyed the clan and that he had to kill him to maintain order. The ninja appeared behind Katsuki, who slowly drew 2 arrows from his quiver. He turned and fired 1 arrow, but the ninja blocked it with his katana. The arrow spun mid-air and landed harmlessly on the ground. Katsuki insisted that honoring his brother was not diminished by his actions, firing a second arrow. The ninja sliced it in half in slow motion, both halves hitting the wall behind him, leaving the audience in awe of the display. Out of arrows, Katsuki charged at the ninja, swinging his bow, but the ninja blocked it with his katana. They exchanged blows, with Katsuki swinging again, but the ninja flipped over him. Katsuki continued to attack, but the ninja skillfully dodged and countered, pushing Katsuki back. The ninja swung his blade, and Katsuki blocked it with his bow until the ninja kicked him into the railing, causing damage. The ninja leaped into the air, katana aimed at Katsuki, who shouted in protest. The ninja landed on him, but Katsuki managed to block the katana with his bow. Pinned against the edge, the ninja held his katana inches from Katsuki's face, declaring that honor resided in one's actions. Katsuki, filled with anger, challenged the ninja's right to lecture him about honor. In a sudden move, he grabbed the ninja in a headlock and threw him aside. He rushed to retrieve the arrow that had been deflected earlier. With determination, Katsuki shouted a powerful phrase, and a glowing blue dragon formed around his arm, flowing into the arrow. When he fired it, 2 blue dragons emerged, soaring toward the ninja. Kaminari was astonished, exclaiming that Bakugo could summon dragons, while Bakugo boasted that he could do so while the ninja could not. The ninja, however, reached for a longer katana sheathed on his back. He shouted a powerful incantation, pulling out his katana, which summoned a glowing green dragon. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 pointed out the irony of Bakugo's earlier claim, leaving Bakugo grumbling in response. Katsuki gasped as the ninja swung his katana at the 2 blue dragons, guiding the green dragon alongside them. The dragons flew through Katsuki, leaving him in a state of shock and anger as they weakened him. The dragons vanished, leaving only the ninja and Katsuki. Dropping to his knees, 𝐾𝐞𝐭 questioned the ninja's identity, who remained silent while recharging the energy cells in his suit. The ninja dashed at 𝐾𝐞𝐭, placing his blade against his throat. 𝐾𝐿 challenged him to take his life. Kirishima shouted for the ninja not to do it, insisting that Bakugo, despite his flaws, did not deserve to die. A tense silence filled the air until the ninja sheathed his katana, declaring that he would not grant 𝐾𝐿 the death he sought. He revealed that 𝐾𝐿 still had a purpose in this life, calling him brother. The revelation left everyone stunned, realizing that the ninja was Izuku. Izuku's body was discovered by Overwatch, who saved him by transforming him into a cyborg. This revelation shocked Ochako, who couldn't believe that Deku had been turned into a cyborg. Luke explained that it was the only way to save his life. Izuku had joined Overwatch and fought alongside them for about 4 years, helping to take down the Shimada clan. Eventually, Overwatch disbanded, and Izuku traveled the world, grappling with his mechanical body. In time, he came to terms with his new identity and found peace. 𝐾𝐿, filled with anguish, stood up and declared that his brother was dead. Suddenly, Izuku pressed 2 buttons on the back of his helmet, unlocking his faceplate. He removed it to reveal 2 familiar green eyes, though the skin visible on his face appeared damaged. 𝐾𝐿's heart sank as he recognized Izuku. The voiceover described how the dragon knelt on the ground, finally able to see the world clearly, and became human again. The stranger revealed himself as his fallen brother. Reunited, the two set out to rebuild what they had once destroyed. The scene shifted to an artistic representation, showing Izuku and 𝐾𝐿, now in human form, standing atop a mountain, watching the sunrise. As the animation returned to its normal style, 𝐾𝐿 asked what Izuku had become. Izuku responded that he had accepted who he was and forgiven 𝐾𝐿, urging him to forgive himself. He placed a hand on 𝐾𝐿's shoulder before walking away, stating that the world was changing again and it was time to choose a side. Izuku then leaped onto the roof of a nearby building. 𝐾𝐿 retrieved the arrow he had shot into the wall earlier and aimed it at Izuku, expressing his frustration. Izuku acknowledged that perhaps he was a fool for believing there was still hope for 𝐾𝐿, but he did. He urged his brother to think about that as he activated his gear, creating a whirlwind around him before vanishing, leaving only a feather drifting in the wind. Izuku's alternate self expressed hope for 𝐾𝐿, surprising the audience. 𝐾𝐿 yelled at Izuku, but Izuku simply replied that he no longer felt that way. 𝐾𝐿 returned the arrow to his quiver and walked away, finding himself back in front of the damaged katana, praying. The camera panned up to reveal a painting of the 2 dragons before fading to black. Luke then asked the audience for their thoughts on the story, which elicited enthusiastic responses. He pointed out that this universe had a lesson for 𝐾𝐿, emphasizing that his anger had nearly led to Izuku's demise and that he needed to become more human. 𝐾𝐿 grumbled in response. Luke continued, explaining that not all universes would be happy, and in the next one, Izuku would be a villain. This revelation shocked everyone. Luke asked someone to take Eri and Koda to the children's room, and Mandalay stepped in to help. Ochako questioned why Izuku would be a villain, but Luke simply told her to watch and find out. The scene shifted to Izuku and All Might standing on top of a building. All Might explained that one could not become a hero without a quirk, which filled him with guilt as he recalled crushing his successor's hopes. Izuku, processing this information, felt worthless. Kirishima and Ochako urged him not to think that way. Izuku remembered 𝐾𝐿's earlier words, suggesting that if he wanted to be a hero he should pray to be born with a quirk in his next life and take a leap off the building. As Izuku contemplated the height of the building, everyone shouted for him to stop. Bakugo, frustrated, yelled that he hadn't meant for Izuku to take it seriously. Izuku climbed over the railing, feeling abandoned and believing he had nothing to live for. Just as he was about to jump, Ochako, on the verge of tears, pleaded with him not to. Then he fell. The collective scream of everyone echoed as Izuku closed his eyes, bracing for impact, only to find himself suspended in midair. He opened his eyes to see high-tech tentacles holding him. All Might recognized the voice that spoke to him, and the figure revealed himself to be All for One. The shock of his presence left everyone stunned. Izuku, confused, asked who he was. All for One introduced himself and flipped Izuku right side up, bringing him back to the roof. Izuku questioned if he was a hero, but All for One denied it, leading Izuku to realize he was a villain, fear creeping into his eyes. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 stated that he was a different kind of villain and pressed for an answer about why Izuku had been contemplating ending his life. Izuku shared that he had been bullied for being quirkless and recalled how All Might had told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. The words of his hero had crushed him, leaving him feeling as though he had nothing to live for. All Might, filled with shame, thought about how sorry he was for Izuku. 𝗟𝗃 remarked that All Might was just like all the other heroes, selfish and careless. Izuku agreed, expressing that heroes were all the same and that they deserved to suffer. 𝗟𝗃 then proposed that Izuku join him in the League of Villains, promising that he would have his revenge on All Might when the time was right. Izuku accepted 𝗟𝗃's offer, sealing his fate. Fast forward a year and a half later, Izuku had undergone rigorous training, becoming incredibly strong and muscular. He had met Shigaraki, and the two had developed a strong dislike for one another. 𝗟𝗃 had shared the full story of All for One and One for All, revealing that All Might had once been quirkless, just like Izuku. This revelation only deepened Izuku's resentment toward All Might, knowing that he had been told he couldn't be a hero despite their shared background. While the attack on the USJ occurred without Izuku's presence due to his training, the planned attack on the training camp was cancelled because 𝗟𝗃 had promised Izuku a chance at revenge against Bakugo, and they could not attack while Izuku was still preparing. Consequently, All Might never retired. One day, 𝗟𝗃 informed Izuku that they would soon launch an attack on UA, where All Might and Bakugo were located, and Izuku would finally get his chance for revenge. Izuku expressed his eagerness to make them suffer. 𝗟𝗃 explained that Izuku would need a boost of power and decided to give him a small portion of his quirk. Izuku was taken aback by this offer, questioning why 𝗟𝗃 would grant him such power so soon. 𝗟𝗃 explained that Izuku reminded him of his brother, the first wielder of One for All, who had also been bullied for being quirkless. 𝗟𝗃 did not want to make the same mistake with Izuku and wanted him to be stronger. After accepting the offer, Izuku was warned that the process might be painful, and his cries echoed throughout the building as he underwent the transformation. In the following weeks, 𝗟𝗃 trained Izuku to harness his new quirk. Then came the day of the attack on UA. Izuku prepared himself, donning his outfit, which included gloves that concealed his hands and red sneakers. His appearance struck fear into the hearts of his former classmates, who noted how intimidating he looked. Meanwhile, Class 1A was gathered in their classroom, waiting for Aizawa. They discussed their recent achievements, including receiving their provisional licenses, and reminisced about their early days at UA. Ida recalled the incident during the entrance exams when Ochako had been trapped under rubble, leading to a somber realization that she had not survived in this alternate universe. Izuku, feeling the weight of guilt for not being there to save her, was comforted by Ochako, who reminded him that it was an alternate reality and that he had saved her in their own universe. As tensions rose, Bakugo expressed his disdain for the situation, and Aizawa suddenly burst into the room, announcing that they were under attack by the League of Villains. The students quickly donned their costumes and rushed outside to join the teachers in the fight. All Might rallied them, declaring that the villains' time was up, unaware of the true threat that had emerged. A blast of energy suddenly shook the ground, and Izuku appeared on the battlefield, radiating dark and red lightning. Bakugo was shocked to see him, believing him to be dead. Izuku taunted Bakugo, and All Might intervened, ready to confront the new threat. Izuku reminded All Might of the dreams he had crushed, leaving the hero to grapple with the painful recognition of the boy he had once inspired. After Izuku had been defeated, he followed Bakugo's suggestion and jumped off the building they were on, wearing a psychotic smile. Everyone's attention quickly shifted to Bakugo, who looked pale. Aizawa asked Bakugo what Izuku was talking about. Suddenly, Izuku charged at All Might, using a powerful punch that sent him crashing into a wall. He then grabbed All Might by the collar and hurled him into the building. Kaminari was taken aback, and Bakugo shouted in concern for All Might as he, Aizawa, and the rest of Class 1A rushed to help. All Might, confused, expressed disbelief that Izuku had a quirk. Izuku revealed that All for One had chosen him as his successor, leaving All Might in shock as Izuku continued to overpower him. Bakugo, furious, fired an explosion at Izuku, but he effortlessly created an energy shield. Izuku taunted Bakugo about his new abilities, revealing he had many more tricks up his sleeve. All Might struggled to maintain his heroic form, and Izuku told him it was pointless to hide his true self. Eventually, All Might transformed into his weaker form, shocking everyone present. Izuku mocked All Might, claiming he was just as weak as the others. As the students prepared to attack Izuku, time seemed to freeze. Luke, the narrator, warned that Izuku would eliminate most of them in the next scene and asked if they wanted to skip it. Aizawa and Class 1A opted to skip, and the scene fast-forwarded to a grim aftermath where only Bakugo remained. The bodies of his classmates lay scattered, each in a state of devastation. Luke apologized for not skipping that part and provided buckets for the audience, many of whom reacted violently to the gruesome scene. After clearing the buckets, they continued watching the alternate universe unfold. Bakugo stood in shock, having witnessed the loss of his friends and mentor. He confronted Izuku, who nonchalantly acknowledged the deaths. Bakugo, filled with rage, charged at Izuku, demanding to know why he was doing this. Izuku revealed that he had always wanted to be a hero like All Might, but Bakugo's actions had driven him to this point. Izuku expressed his pain, recalling how Bakugo had hurt him and even encouraged him to harm himself. The audience glared at Bakugo, who struggled to respond. Izuku continued to berate him, questioning how someone with such a history could be accepted into UA. Bakugo, feeling remorse, attempted to apologize, but Izuku dismissed it, stating he wouldn't kill him because they were once friends. However, he couldn't allow Bakugo to interfere with his plans. Izuku removed his glove and placed his hand on Bakugo's face, unleashing a surge of energy. As Bakugo screamed in pain, he felt no immediate change. When he tried to use his quirk, nothing happened. Panic set in as he realized Izuku had taken away his powers. Izuku then demonstrated his newfound ability by creating an explosion from his hand, taunting Bakugo further. Bakugo lunged at Izuku, but Izuku easily countered, reminding him that one couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He restrained Bakugo with advanced tendrils, explaining it was just to keep him in place. Izuku approached All Might, who was too weak to resist. He cruelly carved a smile into All Might's face, and the audience gasped in horror. All Might, weakly expressing regret, told Izuku he could still be a hero, but Izuku coldly replied that it was too late for that. In a shocking moment, Izuku unleashed an explosion through All Might's chest, causing everyone to scream in disbelief. Bakugo, devastated, watched as his hero fell. Izuku coldly reminded Bakugo that he had used his own quirk to do it. After freeing Bakugo from his restraints, Izuku grabbed him by the collar, slamming him against the wall, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Izuku urged Bakugo to listen closely, explaining that the only reason he was allowing him to live was not merely due to their past friendship, but because he wanted Bakugo to understand something important. He gestured to the surrounding rubble and destruction, declaring that it was Bakugo's fault. Izuku accused him and All Might of transforming him into the monster he had become. All Might acknowledged their role in this transformation. Suddenly, chaos erupted as villains began attacking the city. Izuku continued, asserting that All Might's death was also Bakugo's responsibility, not only because he had used Bakugo's quirk to kill him, but because Bakugo had shaped him into the person who committed the act. He insisted that Bakugo was accountable for All Might's death, emphasizing that the hero's BLD was on Bakugo's hands. The fear in Bakugo's eyes mirrored the fear Izuku had felt during their childhood bullying encounters. Tokoyami remarked on Izuku's unstable state. Izuku demanded that Bakugo admit his guilt, pushing him to say it was his fault. Initially hesitant, Bakugo finally murmured the words, but Izuku pressed him for a louder confession. After Bakugo shouted his admission, Izuku released him, warning that if Bakugo ever crossed him again, he would face dire consequences. He dismissed Bakugo as worthless and suggested he pray for a quirk in his next life, even implying a drastic action he could take. Bakugo felt the weight of Izuku's words, realizing the monster responsible for the devastation was a creation of his own making. He sank to his knees, overwhelmed by guilt. The scene faded to black. Luke then asked for feedback on the dark turn of events. Kirishima expressed his shock, while Luke apologized for the brutality, explaining his intent to explore interesting narratives. Izuku, filled with shame, confessed to Ochako that he felt like a monster. She comforted him, reminding him that the actions he had taken were not his own but belonged to a different version of himself. Her warm smile brought him solace, a reminder of the affection he held for her. Mina playfully teased the pair, prompting Ochako to shout in response. Luke then shifted the focus, announcing the next universe where quirks did not exist, but superpowers did. He introduced Izuku as a hero in New York known as Spider-Man, much to Bakugo's disapproval. Luke clarified that while quirks were absent, Spider-Man was a fictional character from his world, yet one of the most iconic superheroes. As the alternate universe began to play, the scene shifted to New York City, where masked gunmen were robbing a convenience store. Ida and 𝐼𝐸 expressed concern over who would stop the robbery. Just then, a web ensnared one of the robbers, and Spider-Man landed before the others. Class 1A recognized Izuku in his new role, marveling at his agility as he dodged gunfire and subdued the robbers with his webs. When the police arrived, they mistakenly aimed their weapons at Izuku, demanding he comply. Luke explained that in this universe, Izuku operated as a vigilante, and the absence of quirks meant fewer heroes and different laws. Izuku raised his hands but quickly shot out webs to escape, swinging through the city with ease. As he passed a jumbotron displaying news from the Daily Bugle, an older Monoma appeared, proudly announcing Spider-Man's actions while labeling him a menace. Class 1B reacted with disbelief, questioning Monoma's consistent antagonism even in an alternate universe. Maybe Midoriya was helping those guys, thought Monoma. Luke clarified that Midoriya was not, explaining that there was a character in his universe who harassed Spider-Man daily simply for being a vigilante in a mask. Since Monoma harassed Class 1A regularly, he fit the role perfectly. Monoma grumbled in response. Izuku observed the situation and noted that it was the same old Monoma as he wall-crawled up the Empire State Building, reaching the top. 𝐶 expressed her surprise at his ability to crawl up walls, and Luke confirmed that he could. Kirishima remarked that Midoriya was a combination of 𝐶 and 𝐼𝐸, to which Luke agreed. Once at the top, Izuku quickly pulled off his mask to catch his breath, reflecting that it was just another day for your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Jiro asked if this was normal for Midoriya, and Luke affirmed that it was. Suddenly, the police scanner embedded in his costume went off, announcing that Dr. Octopus had escaped from Rikers Island and was attacking Times Square, requesting additional backup. Shoji questioned if Dr. Octopus was a knockoff of him, but Luke clarified that it was not exactly the case. Izuku sighed, realizing the trouble ahead, and put his mask back on. He then dove off the skyscraper, prompting 𝐼𝐸 to exclaim about the leap Midoriya had just taken, while Toru echoed his sentiment. Izuku fired a web at a nearby building and swung across New York, eventually reaching Times Square, where he was met by a surprisingly human-looking Shoji. Shoji had no tentacles, but he did have 4 mechanical arms protruding from his back. Everyone shouted in disbelief at the sight of Shoji as a villain. Shoji questioned why he was portrayed as a villain, and Luke explained that his quirk was similar to that of an octopus, hence his role as Dr. Octopus in this universe. Kaminari wondered about the mechanical arms, and Jiro noted they resembled robot arms or tentacles. Mina commented on the fitting name of Dr. Octopus, while Mei began sketching designs for the mechanical arms. Shoji greeted Izuku with a dramatic declaration of intent to end New York, swinging one of his robot arms at him. Izuku skillfully jumped over the attack, countering that he disagreed and requested to make it quick due to a tight schedule. Ida questioned if he was seriously making jokes, and Luke confirmed that Spider-Man often did. Izuku leaped onto a nearby building, with Shoji climbing after him. Shoji proclaimed that it was time for New York to bow before Dr. Octopus, raising his fists in triumph. Mina commented on Shoji's arrogance, and he reminded them of his presence. They fought their way to the tallest building in Times Square, where 𝐒𝐮𝐲 suddenly revealed a bomb and activated the timer. Izuku lunged at 𝐒𝐮𝐲 in desperation, but 𝐒𝐮𝐲 struck him with his metal arms. Izuku winced in pain, realizing he was losing strength. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 then grabbed Izuku by the leg with one of his mechanical arms, holding him upside down and taunting him before throwing him off the building. As Izuku fell, time seemed to slow down, triggering a flashback to 5 years earlier. They were in a laboratory during a field trip, with Izuku, Ochako, and Bakugo among the students. The tour guide introduced the radioactive spider project, showcasing a glass box containing a dozen red and blue spiders. The guide explained that Bakugo Corp aimed to revolutionize spider genetics to create a new type of super soldier. Kirishima noted that Bakugo Corp sounded like a company owned by Bakugo, which was indeed the case. Luke elaborated that in his universe, Spider-Man had a wealthy best friend whose father ran a multi-million-dollar company and was also a supervillain. In this universe, Bakugo played the role of Spider-Man's friend, and his dad was the owner of Bakugo Corp and a supervillain. The tour guide continued, explaining that they had combined the DNA of 3 different kinds of spiders to create the 12 spiders on display. Ochako pointed out that there were only 11 spiders, to which the guide speculated that the 12th was still being worked on. The 12th spider was seen climbing a web on the ceiling. Kendo sensed trouble, and Minoma sarcastically agreed. Suddenly, the red and blue spider crawled down a web line and landed on Izuku's hand. Unaware, Izuku continued taking pictures until the spider bit him. He yelped in surprise, knocking the spider off his hand and inadvertently killing it. Feeling different, he asked to go to the bathroom, claiming he felt sick. After rushing to the restroom and flushing the toilet, he dismissed it as something he ate. The next day, Izuku awoke to find he no longer needed his glasses. Confused, he looked in the mirror and noticed he had developed a muscular physique. The girls around him reacted with surprise. Fast forward to later that day, he discovered his spider sense when a jock attempted to throw a paper airplane at him in class. He realized his super strength when he crushed 𝐒𝐮𝐷 during lunch and showcased his agility while defending himself from a bully in the hallways. He climbed walls after school, discovering his abilities one by one. He concluded that the spider bite must have granted him superpowers. Spotting an ad for a wrestling match with a cash prize, he considered using his powers for fame and fortune. He was going to use his powers for good soon. But first, a heads up. In this flashback, Izuku's dad was still alive, for now. Luke clarified that All Might was not Izuku's father, despite their similar quirks, and that Izuku saw All Might as a father figure. Inko explained that Izuku's father's name was Hisashi Midoriya, who could breathe fire and worked overseas in America, but he had died shortly after Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. The scene shifted to Izuku sitting in the car with his dad. Hisashi announced their arrival at the library, prompting Izuku, who had been lost in thought, to respond. Hisashi reminded Izuku that he had heard about a fight he had gotten into recently. Izuku defended himself, stating that the bully had started it and that he couldn't just walk away when he could easily win. Hisashi advised him that just because he could defeat someone didn't mean he should, reminding him that with great power comes great responsibility. Izuku dismissed his father's words as he got out of the car, and Hisashi promised to pick him up at 7. Fast forward to the wrestling match, where Izuku wore a makeshift version of his Spider-Man costume, red and blue, consisting of a red sweater, blue sweatpants, black and red sneakers, and a blue and red mask. The referee introduced him as the Amazing Spider-Man. After winning the fight, Izuku collected his prize money and headed down the hallway toward the elevator when he heard a security guard yelling for help. A thug who had stolen a large sum of money was fleeing, and although Izuku could have intervened, he chose to let the thug escape. The guard expressed frustration at Izuku's inaction, but Izuku brushed it off, insisting that it wasn't his problem. Iida confronted him, questioning his lack of concern for others, but Izuku defended himself, claiming he would eventually become a better person. Later, Izuku waited on the sidewalk for his dad, who was late. Concerned, he noticed a crowd gathered across the street and walked over to investigate. To his horror, he discovered they were surrounding his father's lifeless body. Overwhelmed with grief, Izuku crouched beside his father, desperate for answers. A police officer informed him that a criminal had shot Hisashi and stolen his car, but they had the suspect surrounded in a warehouse across town. Determined to seek justice, Izuku changed back into his wrestling costume and leaped from rooftop to rooftop until he reached the warehouse, where police cars were stationed outside. The officers called for the suspect to surrender, but Izuku stealthily climbed through a window into the dark interior. Suddenly, shots rang out, but he dodged them with agility. Confronting the assailant, Izuku kicked him through the window, shattering the glass. To his shock, he recognized the man as the one he had let escape earlier. Overcome with guilt, he realized he felt responsible for his father's death. His mother reassured him that he couldn't have known and reminded him that it was an alternate version of himself. After subduing the criminal, Izuku left him for the police and sat atop a building, tears streaming down his face as he reflected on his father's death. He vowed to never give up, knowing the city needed him. Fast forward to when he crafted his official costume and designed his web shooters. The narrative showed all the people Izuku had saved over the years, rescuing children from a burning building, stopping a mugging, halting a runaway train, and confronting supervillains. He even shared a tender moment with Ochako. Returning to the present, Izuku was still falling but opened his eyes, recalling the lesson his father had taught him. He fired a web, pulling himself back onto the building and kicking Shoji away. He grabbed the bomb and launched it into the air, where it exploded harmlessly. As Shoji shouted in frustration, Izuku secured him with webs and left him for the authorities before swinging away. Upon reaching his apartment, Izuku removed his mask and entered the kitchen, where Ochako was preparing dinner. She greeted him affectionately, calling him Tiger, a nickname she used for him. They sat down to eat, and Ochako asked about his day as a crime fighter. Izuku recounted his adventures, mentioning how he had stopped various crimes and saved the city from Doc-Ock. He also noted that he was bleeding from wounds that his webbing had failed to hold. Ochako quickly fetched the med kit to help him. After tending to his injuries, they sat outside together, watching the sunset. Izuku silently hoped he was making his father proud as the scene faded to black. The universe was about to take a somber turn. It was nearing the end of the third year, but something unfortunate was about to unfold. Class 3A sat in their classroom one morning, eagerly awaiting Aizawa, but Izuku was notably absent. Kaminari remarked on how they would look in 2 years, while Izuku's absence weighed on Ochako's mind. She thought to herself that he was probably just running late after being out on patrol the previous night. Kirishima teased Izuku about his recent activities, to which Izuku modestly agreed. As graduation approached, Ochako felt a growing urgency to express her feelings to Izuku. Just then, Aizawa entered the classroom with a serious expression, commanding everyone's attention. The room fell silent as he delivered the shocking news. Izuku was gone. The weight of the words hung in the air, leaving the classmates in stunned silence. Ochako's heart sank, and she clutched her belongings tightly, while All Might and Inko expressed their grief in hushed tones. Eri, innocent and unaware, asked about her papa, but the classmates were too consumed by their sorrow to notice. Aizawa continued, explaining that Izuku had been on patrol when a villain attacked a convenience store. Despite his efforts, the villain, possessing a formidable strength quirk, overpowered him. Aizawa struggled to hold back tears as he recounted the tragic events. The classmates were horrified, with Ochako feeling the weight of despair more than anyone else. Aizawa announced that school would be cancelled for the next 2 days due to the funeral, and the class was dismissed, leaving them in shock. Back at the dorms, the atmosphere was heavy with grief. The classmates sat in silence until Kaminari broke the stillness, acknowledging Izuku's death. Jiro, wiping her tears, reminded him that they were all aware. Ida expressed disbelief at losing such a close friend, while Bakugo, overwhelmed with regret, lamented Izuku's decision to act alone. Concern for Ochako arose, but no one could find her. Mina suggested they give her space, knowing she was likely struggling the most. In her room, Ochako locked the door and collapsed onto her bed, tears streaming down her face. When her phone rang, she hesitated to answer, realizing it was her parents checking on her. Instead of picking up, she hung up, feeling too overwhelmed to talk. Mina later remarked that it was understandable given her loss. The next day brought rain as they gathered at the cemetery for Izuku's funeral. The somber atmosphere was palpable, and they could not hold an open casket due to the tragic circumstances. All of Class 3A, their teachers, and Izuku's mother were present, with All Might visibly affected by the loss. The gravestone read, "Here lies Izuku Midoriya, born July 15, 2158, died February 12, 2176, rest in peace." The pastor invited anyone to share a few words. Ida spoke first, honoring Izuku's friendship and inspiration. Todoroki followed, expressing gratitude for Izuku's support in facing his own struggles. When it was Bakugo's turn, he revealed his deep regret for the way he had treated Izuku, tears flowing freely. Mina tried to lighten the mood, but Bakugo's grief was too profound. Finally, Ochako stood to speak. She expressed her regret for not revealing her true feelings to Izuku, feeling the weight of her unspoken words. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed to the ground, and the sorrowful atmosphere enveloped them all. As the screen faded to black, the collective grief was palpable. Luke acknowledged the sadness of the moment, suggesting that Ochako should have connected with Izuku sooner. The reality of their situation weighed heavily on her, leaving her at a loss for words. In a universe where Izuku remained quirkless, he still aspired to become a hero. Luke explained the scenario, and Bakugo reacted with disbelief, insisting that Izuku could never be a hero without a quirk. All Might intervened, telling Bakugo to calm down. Izuku was walking home after a discouraging conversation with All Might, who had told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Suddenly, a man appeared before him. Izuku was startled and asked where he had come from. The man introduced himself as Stopwatch, revealing that his quirk allowed him to freeze time. Izuku admitted he had never heard of Stopwatch before, to which Ochako pointed out that he had a multitude of heroes in his journals. Izuku began to mumble excitedly about the possibilities, but Stopwatch interrupted, noting that Izuku seemed upset. Izuku shared his feelings of inadequacy, explaining that All Might had just told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Stopwatch expressed sympathy and suggested that there might still be a way for Izuku to achieve his dream. Izuku, confused, exclaimed that he wouldn't jump off a building, to which Stopwatch responded with surprise, revealing that someone had mentioned that to Izuku earlier. Stopwatch then offered to train Izuku, despite his quirklessness. He believed that Izuku could become the first quirkless hero. Izuku was skeptical, questioning how he could train without a quirk. Stopwatch explained that he would teach Izuku hand-to-hand combat, acrobatics, and other skills, emphasizing that he couldn't always rely on his own quirk. Izuku realized that this kind of training would take a long time, but Stopwatch reassured him that he could freeze time during their training, allowing Izuku to train without aging. Izuku was taken aback by the offer, and Stopwatch encouraged him to say yes. After introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya, Stopwatch set a meeting for their training to begin the next day at Dagobah Beach. The next day, Izuku arrived at the beach, eager to start. Stopwatch instructed him to clean up the trash on the beach, promising to freeze time while he did so. With a flash of green light, time stopped, and Stopwatch encouraged Izuku to get to work. A training montage ensued, showcasing Izuku's progress as he learned various skills. After a rigorous training PRD, Stopwatch told Izuku that the entrance exams were approaching, urging him to do his best. Izuku, now more confident and muscular, was ready for the challenge. During the entrance exams, Izuku encountered Ochako and others. Although he struggled initially, he noticed Ochako trapped under rubble and rushed to her aid, lifting the debris just in time. Bakugo, watching from a distance, was skeptical about Izuku's ability to save her without a quirk. After the exams, Izuku received a letter of acceptance into UA, thanks to his rescue points, which Ochako had advocated for. Bakugo attempted to convince Izuku to drop out, but Izuku stood firm in his decision. He received a hero costume inspired by Stopwatch rather than All Might, and Ochako developed feelings for him, mirroring the dynamics of the original story. Izuku excelled in the sports festival, outperforming both Bakugo and Todoroki. Later, as Izuku returned to the dorms, All Might approached him for a conversation. He shared the story of One for All, surprising Izuku. All Might offered him the quirk, but Izuku declined, stating he preferred to remain quirkless. He expressed his commitment to becoming the first quirkless hero, a promise he made to Stopwatch. Bakugo reacted with disbelief, questioning Izuku's decision. Afterward, Izuku returned to his dorm, feeling the weight of his choices. A knock at the door revealed Ochako, who asked to talk. As they conversed, she suddenly kissed him, declaring her love. Izuku reciprocated her feelings, and the scene faded to black. And that concluded the story of this universe. Luke suggested that it would be a surprise and mentioned that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 should bring 𝐼𝐸 and 𝐾𝐿 into the kids' room again. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 complied and returned with the children. Meanwhile, a 20-year-old Izuku walked down the hallway of 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻 prison. Kaminari inquired about Midoriya's location, to which All Might explained that he was in the 𝗟𝗏𝐻 prison facility, home to villains like All for One and the hero killer Stain. Izuku entered a room with a chair facing a window and took a seat. A guard informed him that he had 10 minutes with the prisoner, and Izuku confidently replied that 10 minutes was all he needed. Momo wondered who the prisoner could be, while Bakugo speculated that it was likely a no-good scumbag deserving of imprisonment. The guard then announced the inmate's arrival, and a chair was pushed forward to reveal none other than Katsuki Bakugo, now with longer hair and wearing an eye patch. The room fell silent for a moment before Kaminari remarked that Bakugo was not wrong. However, Bakugo quickly retaliated by punching Kaminari. He growled at Izuku, demanding to know why he was in jail, insisting he must have been framed. Kirishima questioned the eye patch, noting it looked manly but wondered why Bakugo wore it. Izuku asked Bakugo if it was worth it, referring to the destruction he had caused and the harm done to Ochako. The revelation that Bakugo had turned villain shocked Kirishima, All Might, and Ochako, who was quickly moved away from Bakugo by Momo and the other girls. Bakugo clarified that he was another version of himself, and Toru warned that they were keeping an eye on him. Monoma mockingly pointed out that another student from Class 1A had turned villain, only to be reprimanded by Kendo. Izuku then shared that he and Ochako were getting married, prompting Mina to cheer for Izuoka. Bakugo congratulated them, but Izuku questioned how Bakugo had changed so drastically from the Kaken he once knew. Bakugo suggested they needed to go back in time to understand. 5 years earlier, Izuku had gone outside to meet Bakugo at one of the training grounds. He arrived and asked what Bakugo wanted to discuss. Bakugo challenged him to a fight without holding back, but Aizawa intervened, reminding them that they needed permission to fight. Izuku tried to refuse, but Bakugo insisted on proving he was better. As Bakugo lunged at Izuku, explosions erupted from his hands. Ochako yelled at Bakugo to leave Izuku alone. Izuku dodged Bakugo's attacks, insisting he did not want to fight. Aizawa noted that Izuku was not doing anything wrong, he was merely avoiding Bakugo's aggression. Bakugo continued to demand a fight, growing increasingly frustrated when Izuku refused. In a moment of anger, Bakugo blasted Izuku back, leaving him on the ground. Bakugo declared he would always be better and would become the #1 hero while Izuku would be forgotten. Ochako shouted in outrage, questioning how Bakugo had not been expelled yet. The room gasped at her outburst. Suddenly, Aizawa and All Might appeared, furious. Aizawa demanded Bakugo step away from Izuku, while All Might checked on Izuku's condition. Despite Izuku's reassurance that he was fine, All Might noted that some of his bones were broken, emphasizing the severity of Bakugo's actions. Aizawa sternly informed Bakugo that he was in serious trouble. Bakugo attempted to deflect blame by claiming Izuku had fought back, but Aizawa clarified that they had been watching and that Izuku was only trying to avoid the fight. Nizu added that none of them would face consequences for simply dodging attacks. Aizawa pressed Bakugo about his harsh words to Izuku, which Bakugo dismissed as nothing significant. However, Izuku revealed the truth about Bakugo's past comments, shocking Aizawa and All Might. Nizu decided that enough was enough and expelled Bakugo from UA, stating he was a danger to others. Bakugo protested vehemently, insisting he should not be expelled. As he prepared to retaliate, Aizawa erased his quirk, preventing any further violence. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻 warned Bakugo that he would not be able to enroll in another hero school, and 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 confirmed that Bakugo's hero license and costume would be revoked. Bakugo's desperate pleas for help from All Might fell on deaf ears, as the reality of his actions finally caught up with him. All Might once believed there was hope for Bakugo, but he realized he was mistaken. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 informed Bakugo that his parents were on their way to pick him up and that his dorm room had already been cleared out. In a fit of rage, Bakugo shouted that he was supposed to be the world's greatest hero, even better than All Might, and that he was meant to surpass everyone. All Might raised his hand as if to strike Bakugo, who braced himself for the impact, only to see All Might stop just in time. All Might told Bakugo that he would not surpass him. Instead, it would be Midoriya. Bakugo vehemently disagreed, insisting that Midoriya was a quirkless loser. All Might reminded Bakugo that he, too, had once been quirkless, leaving Bakugo silent with his head down. All Might then requested Bakugo's provisional license, to which Bakugo questioned why. All Might insisted, and Bakugo complied, only for All Might to tear the license in half right before his eyes. All Might acknowledged that it may have been a bit harsh, while 𝐒𝐮𝐻 ordered Bakugo to leave the school. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 had to drag Bakugo out, while Izuku and the others watched from the windows, some feeling relieved due to the terrible things Bakugo had done to Izuku over the years. The only ones who seemed to care were Izuku and Kirishima. Kirishima expressed that he would miss Bakugo, but Mina argued that he deserved to be expelled. Izuku lamented that Bakugo's hero career was ruined, feeling it was his fault. Ochako comforted him, reminding him it wasn't his fault, but Bakugo's. Mina teased the couple, causing them to blush. As Bakugo was dragged away, he screamed threats of revenge against the school and vowed to rule the world. Afterward, Bakugo returned to a normal high school, where he was met with mockery from his former classmates, who had once bullied Izuku. He found himself on the receiving end of their taunts, just as Izuku had been. One rainy night, while walking through an alley, Bakugo sat down against a building when he heard footsteps. Turning, he saw Tamura Shigaraki. Bakugo reacted with anger, ready to unleash an explosion, but Shigaraki urged him to listen first. Shigaraki reminded Bakugo that he was a former UA student and pointed out that Bakugo's downfall was his own doing, not All Might's or Midoriya's. Shigaraki then offered Bakugo a chance to join them as a villain, promising revenge against All Might and the others. Bakugo considered the offer, admitting he wanted to take revenge, and ultimately agreed to join Shigaraki. 5 years later, Izuku and Ochako had graduated and moved into an apartment together, adopting Eri along the way. Izuku had recently become the #1 hero. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, news of Izuku's rise as the new symbol of peace was interrupted when Bakugo, now a villain, destroyed the television in anger. He vowed to challenge Izuku's status as the #1 hero. On a routine patrol, Izuku and Ochako heard an explosion and rushed to the scene, discovering widespread destruction. As the smoke cleared, Bakugo appeared in a villain costume resembling his hero outfit but in darker colors. He taunted them, asking if they missed him before launching an attack. Izuku quickly moved Ochako out of harm's way using his full cowl. Bakugo declared that he had embraced villainy, while Ochako protested against his behavior. Bakugo lashed out, insisting that he was another version of himself, ready to unleash chaos. Just as he prepared to attack Ochako, Izuku intervened, striking Bakugo. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, with Izuku showcasing his growth since their last encounter. Bakugo, fueled by his longing to be the #1 hero, fought back fiercely, but Izuku held his ground. Suddenly, Todoroki and their former classmates arrived as backup, ready to confront Bakugo, who underestimated their resolve. Bakugo declared himself the most powerful among them, shouting with confidence. All Might urged him to quiet down as they charged at their former classmate, who charged back with equal determination. The fight was intense and action-packed, filled with explosive moments. During the chaos, Bakugo caused significant destruction, leaving many in shock. Momo covered her mouth in disbelief, while Mina remarked on the devastation. Kaminari compared the situation to when Midoriya had gone rogue. Pro-heroes kept a watchful eye on Bakugo, ready to intervene if he turned hostile. Bakugo confronted Izuku, claiming he would end him for taking the title of #1 hero. Izuku responded, pointing out that Bakugo had lost that right when he chose a darker path. Bakugo's fury escalated as he threatened Izuku, lunging at him with all his might. Izuku skillfully defended against Bakugo's attacks, gradually wearing him down. He urged Bakugo to surrender, promising leniency. Bakugo, filled with rage, prepared to unleash a powerful attack, declaring that if he couldn't be #1, no one could. Just as Bakugo was about to release his devastating blast, Ochako intervened, striking him and causing him to lose focus. Izuku cheered her on, feeling a surge of hope. Bakugo retaliated, unleashing a massive explosion that sent Ochako flying. Izuku rushed to her side, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for her to stay with him. Jiro expressed concern, while Kaminari reassured them that Ochako was only unconscious. Ida pointed out that Izuku was unaware of her condition, leading to a moment of panic. Bakugo taunted Izuku, but the latter's love for Ochako fueled his determination. He charged at Bakugo, delivering a series of powerful punches, overwhelming him. Bakugo, realizing he was losing, begged for mercy. In a desperate move, he attempted to gain the upper hand but made a critical mistake, allowing Izuku to seize him by the throat. Izuku's anger boiled over, and he contemplated a dark decision, but his friends' voices broke through, reminding him of Ochako's survival. Momo revealed that Ochako was alive, and relief washed over Izuku. He released Bakugo, who collapsed from his injuries. Izuku reflected on the gravity of his actions, realizing he had almost crossed a line he could never return from. Bakugo was taken away, and Ochako was transported to the hospital, with Izuku accompanying her in the ambulance. Hours later, Ochako began to stir in her hospital bed and saw Izuku sleeping beside her. She called out to him, and he woke up with joy, relieved to see her awake. She asked if he had defeated Bakugo, and he admitted that he had gone too far in his anger. They shared a moment of silence, and Izuku expressed his fear of losing her. He presented her with a ring, asking her to marry him. Overjoyed, Ochako accepted, and their friends celebrated their engagement. Back in the present, Bakugo reflected on the events that had transpired. A guard announced that time was up, and Izuku bid farewell to Bakugo as he left. The scene faded to black. Later, Luke introduced a new universe where Izuku was born with a quirk. Bakugo, feeling competitive, insisted that his quirk would still be stronger. Luke activated a holographic screen, showing a young Bakugo being bullied. Just as the situation escalated, a young Izuku appeared, using his powers to protect Bakugo. The scene revealed a different dynamic, showcasing Izuku's unwavering loyalty to his friend despite Bakugo's struggles. Bakugo was taken aback, realizing that even in this alternate reality, Izuku remained a true friend. Kaminari remarked that Izuku still seemed to be the same old cinnamon roll they all knew and loved. The kid shot back, suggesting that Kaminari was also worthless, which prompted an angry response from Izuku. Luke explained that Izuku got upset when people hurt his friends, noting that while he was still a good person, he had become a bit tougher. Bakugo compared himself to Izuku, but Luke pointed out that unlike Bakugo, Izuku had a reason to be angry. Bakugo was about to retort, but Luke interrupted, suggesting they return to their universe. Izuku then surrounded himself with flames, startling the other kids. He rushed to check on Kaken, asking if he was okay. Bakugo replied that he was fine but wished the bullying would stop, as he also wanted to be a hero. Izuku reassured him that he would become a hero even without a quirk, expressing his belief in Bakugo. Bakugo was taken aback by Izuku's faith in him and thanked him, suggesting they head home. Fast forward to the end of middle school, where Izuku bid Bakugo farewell for the weekend. On his way home, he encountered the sludge villain but managed to defeat it using his quirk. All Might appeared, praising Izuku's efforts and inquiring about his quirk. Izuku explained that his quirk, pyrokinesis, allowed him to manipulate and create fire. Tsu noted that it seemed to be a combination of both his parents' abilities. Izuku asked All Might to sign his hero journal, explaining that he wanted to be the best hero and would continue to prepare for that goal. All Might signed the notebook and expressed hope for Izuku's dreams. However, When Izuku clung to All Might, desperate to ask a question, All Might landed on a nearby building. He suggested Izuku knock on the door to get help. Izuku insisted he needed to ask about his friend, who was quirkless but aspired to be a hero. All Might, surprised, shifted into his skinny form and explained that without a quirk, Izuku's friend could not become a hero, though he encouraged Izuku to keep dreaming. Izuku felt disheartened, wondering how to tell 𝐾𝐿 the news. Suddenly he spotted the sludge villain attacking Bakugo and charged in to help, using fireballs to weaken the creature. Bakugo, struggling to escape, questioned Izuku's presence, to which Izuku replied that he couldn't let 𝐾𝐿 be harmed. All Might observed that Izuku's selflessness was a trait of a true hero. After All Might defeated the villain, he approached Izuku, commending his bravery and offering his quirk, One for All. Izuku, however, felt he should not be the one to receive it. Bakugo was confused, unable to understand why Izuku would turn down such an opportunity. Izuku explained that he believed his quirkless friend should have the chance, as he wanted to help others. All Might considered this and suggested that if Bakugo was willing to prove himself, he could receive One for All instead. The next day, Bakugo was surprised when Izuku brought him to Dagobah Beach, where they encountered All Might. Bakugo was thrilled to meet his hero. All Might explained the story of One for All and how he intended to give it to Izuku, but Izuku insisted it should go to Bakugo. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bakugo expressed his gratitude, and Izuku reassured him that he didn't need to thank him. Bakugo then underwent the same rigorous training that Izuku had in the show. 10 months later, on the day of the entrance exams, both boys, now significantly stronger, approached the gates of UA. Izuku asked Bakugo about the experience of consuming a piece of All Might's hair, to which Bakugo replied that it was unpleasant but necessary for One for All to take effect. As they prepared to enter, Izuku tripped, but Ochako caught him, apologizing for using her quirk without permission. Izuku was left speechless, captivated by her charm. Bakugo teased him about his reaction, and the two friends found themselves in separate training areas, ready to face the challenges ahead. Fast forward to when everyone was running from the zero-pointer robot, and Ochako found herself trapped under debris. Izuku noticed her predicament and rushed toward her and the robot. He used his fire to propel himself into the air, creating a massive fist of flames around his arm. With a powerful strike, he punched the robot, causing a significant impact that left many spectators in awe. Kirishima broke the silence, exclaiming how impressive the scene was. Although Izuku managed to defeat the robot and save Ochako, the exertion left him drained, and he lost consciousness while still airborne. Fortunately, Ochako caught him just in time, mirroring a moment from the anime. Later, Izuku and Bakugo walked home together. Izuku asked Bakugo about his experience with One for All, to which Bakugo replied that it was exhilarating, even though he had injured himself in the process. Recovery Girl chimed in, noting that she was always healing Bakugo. Fast forward to the sports festival after Bakugo and Ochako's match. Izuku expressed his concern for Ochako's safety, worried that Bakugo had been too rough. Bakugo acknowledged that he might have gone overboard. He also admitted that he may have been a bit harsh on Ochako in their universe, and she accepted his apology. Fast forward to Izuku's match with Todoroki. Izuku shouted that it was Todoroki's quirk, not someone else's. Todoroki activated his ice powers, but Izuku skillfully redirected his flames, sending them toward Todoroki and knocking him out of bounds. Todoroki grumbled about the move being unfair, but Izuku simply acknowledged him. The final match was between Izuku and Bakugo, two best friends now facing off. Bakugo flicked his fingers at Izuku, who dodged and retaliated with fireballs. The battle continued for several minutes until Izuku unleashed a wave of fire, sending Bakugo out of bounds. Fast forward to when they were deciding on their hero names. Everyone chose names similar to those in the show, except for Bakugo, who opted for a unique name, "Call me 𝐾𝐿," he declared, reflecting on the nickname given to him by Izuku. Fast forward to the attack on the training camp, where Izuku was engaged in a fierce battle with Muscular while trying to protect Koda. Bakugo realized that the villains were after Izuku in this universe, not him. After Izuku successfully defeated Muscular and saved Koda, he was suddenly pulled into a warp gate. Bakugo charged at Izuku, calling out his name as he vanished. The others screamed in despair, except for Ochako, who remained calm. Bakugo let out a frustrated scream into the night sky before the scene faded to black. Ochako expressed her disbelief at the abrupt ending, while Luke assured everyone that a sequel was on the way. He suggested taking a break to enjoy some memes. Kaminari excitedly joined in, eager to see My Hero Academia-themed memes. Luke presented the first meme, and the Baku squad, except for Bakugo, reacted enthusiastically. Izuku acknowledged the meme about him crying, while Bakugo expressed his annoyance. Luke quickly moved on to the next meme, which featured a ship between Izuku and Ochako, causing both to blush. Laughter erupted among the students and teachers, with present Mike looking confused. Ochako commented on another ship, and Bakugo surprisingly agreed, prompting Luke to warn him against it. The playful banter continued, with various jokes and reactions about their quirks and relationships. Luke showed a meme depicting how they would react to Izuku's demise, leading to more laughter and Kirishima's defensive response. Bakugo's exclamations added to the humor, while Mina teased about Izuku and Ochako's relationship. As the memes continued, Luke prepared to show a video where Izuku finally snapped, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Bakugo was left in shock at the absurdity of it all. The chapter concluded with Bakugo expressing his frustration about being paired with Mineta, while Luke humorously remarked that trash belongs with trash. The playful chaos continued as they all engaged in light-hearted banter about their quirks and relationships, keeping the atmosphere lively and entertaining. Class 1 erupted in excitement as they realized Aizawa had transformed into a cat. Present Mike chimed in, claiming to be a bird. Ochako, feeling frustrated, directed her anger at Bakugo, questioning why he always had to be so difficult. Luke pointed out that Izuku had a rather unsettling demon figure hovering above his bed, which prompted Bakugo to react dramatically as Luke snapped his fingers, causing Bakugo to wince in pain. Luke then insulted Bakugo, calling him a no-good blonde prick. Mina wondered if Todoroki understood the concept of love, to which Toru replied that he probably did not. Ida chastised Shinso for his treatment of Mineta, but Jiro defended Shinso, stating that it was acceptable since it was Mineta. Mineta, feeling hurt, protested loudly, tears in his eyes. Mina excitedly announced that they all had dolls of their boyfriends, even though none of them were actually dating yet. Kirishima remarked that it was only a matter of time. Todoroki, confused, questioned what was happening. Luke shared a fan art of another child from the Aizuoka pairing, which sent many into fits of laughter. Izuku asked if they were discussing him, while Bakugo was taken aback by Inko's comment about him, which she explained was just a meme. The Baku squad, minus Bakugo, shouted about SpongeBob. Mina declared that the perfect couple existed in the form of Izuku and Ochako, causing another wave of laughter. Luke mentioned that he would return with more memes later. He then transitioned to explaining that they were about to revisit the medieval fantasy world from their previous adventure, which excited everyone. The story began with the heroes arriving at a nearby village. Sir Deku enthusiastically announced their arrival at a tavern, suggesting they celebrate. Ida reminded everyone that they were underage and shouldn't be drinking, but Izuku reasoned that the drinking age might be different in this alternate universe. As the celebration continued, Lady Uraraka approached Izuku, asking to speak with him privately. They walked to the edge of a cliff overlooking the ocean, where Ochako expressed her feelings for Izuku, admitting that she felt butterflies in her stomach and wanted to spend every moment with him. Mina, sensing the moment, teased that she knew what was coming next. Ochako confessed her love, assuring Izuku that it was okay if he didn't feel the same way. In a heartfelt moment, Izuku revealed his feelings for her as well, stating that he had loved her since their first meeting and wanted to spend his life with her. Overwhelmed with joy, Ochako shed tears as Izuku gently caressed her face. They shared a tender kiss before returning to the tavern, where Kirishima wondered about their whereabouts. Tsu speculated that they had rented a room, leading Kaminari to question if they would be NTMT. Luke clarified that they would simply be sharing affectionate moments, as they were still minors. The next day, the heroes set off on their next adventure, with 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐃𝐞𝐭 carrying Lady 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐜 in a bridal style. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Shigaraki reported to an unknown figure about losing the castle to 𝐒𝐮𝐃𝐞 and his companions. The figure, revealed to be All for One, assured Shigaraki that their army was nearly complete and that they would reclaim the castle and the world. Shigaraki expressed gratitude before leaving, and the scene faded to black. Luke thanked everyone for reading and acknowledged the chapter's brevity, explaining that he wanted to include some Izuku moments in the medieval fantasy setting. He then shared ideas for future chapters, including a universe where Class 1A were villains and a sequel to a previous chapter set years later. He also mentioned a chapter inspired by Sword Art Online, which was a request from a fan. Luke introduced the concept of Sword Art Online, explaining that in this universe, quirks did not exist, and players were trapped in a virtual reality game where dying in the game meant dying in real life. The only way to escape was to clear all 100 floors of the game, a daunting task that would take 2 years. As Luke prepared to start the alternate universe, he expressed his excitement for the intro, which he loved. After watching the intro, the group was thrilled by the experience. Luke explained that the story would fast forward to Izuku, a lone player known as Deku, who wielded a heavy sword. Despite working alone, he had formed friendships with other players, including Kirishima, Sato, Mei, and Ochako, who was part of the largest guild in the game, the Knights of the BLD Oath, and fought with a rapier. She and Izuku met after a month of being trapped in the game when they and a group of others defeated the boss on the first floor. Luke explained that she, Izuku, Kirishima, and his guild were currently in a dungeon fighting a boss while trying to rescue a group of militia members. The blue-eyed demon raised its massive sword, poised to strike another militiaman. Ochako whispered in fear, unable to bear the thought of it. Izuku cautioned her, urging her to stay back, but as the demon prepared to attack, Ochako charged forward, brandishing her rapier and shouting at the creature. Izuku rushed in to assist her, followed closely by Kirishima. Ochako leapt into the air, her sword glowing green as she aimed for the beast. She struck from behind, diverting the demon's attention away from the terrified militiaman. The demon retaliated, swinging its sword and pushing her back. Izuku shouted her name in alarm. As Ochako struggled to rise, the beast lifted its sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow. In a desperate moment, Izuku swung his sword at the demon, causing it to miss Ochako. He urged her to escape as she leapt into the air. Kirishima and his guild members swiftly carried the militiamen to safety, one of them expressing gratitude despite his weakened state. The blue-eyed demon noticed their escape attempt and prepared to unleash a blast of purple energy when Izuku struck it from behind. The two engaged in a fierce clash, with the demon landing several hits on Izuku. He thought to himself that this battle could drag on forever. The demon swung its sword down, pinning Izuku momentarily. Ochako shouted for him to get out, while Kirishima called his name. With determination, Izuku managed to push the demon's blade away, narrowly dodging another strike. He contemplated using a powerful skill but hesitated, recalling the fate of a fellow guild member who had perished in a similar situation. The demon charged its blade at Izuku, but he pushed back, the blades grinding against each other. Frustrated, he called out to Kirishima and Ochako, asking for 10 seconds to prepare. They agreed and charged at the demon, giving Izuku the moment he needed. He accessed his skill menu, searching for the ability he sought. Once ready, he shouted for Ochako to 𝐿 as he activated dual wielding, pulling out the sword Mei had crafted for him. He swung at the demon's chin, knocking it back, leaving his friends in awe at his newfound skill. The demon retaliated, swinging its blade, but Izuku blocked it with both swords and countered, pushing the demon back. He focused, calling out his skill, Starburst Stream. He unleashed a flurry of strikes against the demon's chest, each hit causing it to roar in pain. The others watched in astonishment, Kirishima commenting on Izuku's impressive display. The demon, enraged, charged at him, but Izuku managed to block its attack. He continued his assault, determined to finish the fight. With a final surge of speed, he dodged the demon's grasp and delivered a decisive blow, causing the creature to shatter into shards. As the dust settled, Izuku stood there, breathless, questioning if it was truly over. He glanced at his health bar, realizing he had barely any HP left. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 remarked on how close the battle had been, and just as Izuku began to lose consciousness, everything faded to black. He awoke to Ochako worried voice, her eyes filled with tears. As he sat up, he saw everyone gathered around him, relief washing over their faces. He asked how long he had been out, and Ochako reassured him it was only a few seconds. Overwhelmed with emotion, she scolded him for his recklessness, clinging to him as she cried. Kirishima stepped forward, somberly informing them that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 2 of his men had not survived. Izuku reflected on the loss, noting that they hadn't lost a player in a boss fight since Kirishima expressed his frustration, emphasizing the importance of survival in their battles. Mina supported Kirishima's sentiment, and Kirishima pressed Izuku for an explanation of his recent actions. Izuku hesitated, revealing that he had learned an extra skill called dual wielding. His friends gasped in surprise, curious about the skill's prerequisites. Kirishima noted that it wasn't listed in the info broker's skill list, making it exclusive to Izuku. Izuku explained that he had discovered the skill 6 months prior while browsing his menu. Kirishima understood the potential jealousy it could cause among other players, especially considering Ochako's close proximity to Izuku. He encouraged Izuku to keep pushing forward, reminding him that life's challenges shape a character. Izuku acknowledged the truth in Kirishima's words, knowing the journey ahead would be anything but easy. Kirishima asked if Izuku was going to trigger the warp gate, but Izuku replied that he needed to rest for a bit and would catch up later. Kirishima wished him a safe trip back and turned to leave but paused to express his gratitude for Izuku's earlier bravery in rescuing the army personnel. Izuku acknowledged this with a nod, and Kirishima departed. Izuku then noticed Ochako still hugging him tightly, clearly shaken. She confessed her fear of losing him, stating that she didn't know what she would do if he died. Izuku reminded her that she had been the one to jump in first during the crisis. Ochako then declared her intention to take a leave of absence from the guild, prompting Izuku to question her decision. She reminded him of her commitment to team up with him. As memories flooded Izuku's mind, dinner together, him saving her from Monoma, and countless shared moments, he agreed to her plan. Ochako nodded in response, and the screen faded to black. Luke commented that this was all he had for now, teasing that there would be more to come. Mina exclaimed how romantic it was, while Kirishima noted how manly it seemed. Luke agreed with them. The scene shifted to a light-hearted moment as Luke prepared to share memes, prompting cheers from Mina and Kaminari. He presented the first meme, which sparked playful banter among the group. Toru joked about a meme involving Yaoyorozu, causing her to blush while Todoroki looked puzzled. Bakugo reacted loudly, insisting he could attract attention whenever he wanted, but the girls quickly dismissed his claim. Luke continued with another meme, which drew cheers from the girls, except for Momo, who was beaming with pride. Mineta, however, was left in a state of panic. Ochako jokingly warned Izuku not to feed their future child his hair, which led to a flustered exchange between her and Izuku about having kids. As the memes continued, Izuku reflected on his feelings for Ochako, realizing how he had overlooked her affections. Meanwhile, Bakugo pondered his own feelings about Izuku. The playful atmosphere persisted, with Ida urging Bakugo to save Izuku in a meme scenario, while Bakugo insisted it was just a joke. Izuku quietly promised to always support Ochako, but she misheard him, leading to more playful confusion. Luke chimed in, teasing Izuku about his words, which surprised him. All Might joined the conversation, expressing his support for the budding relationship between Izuku and Ochako, much to Izuku's embarrassment. As the meme session concluded, Luke announced a return to the second universe, now set 15 years later, where their children were attending UA. All Might remarked on how they would make fine additions to the hero course. The scene shifted to a large house where a young man named Toshi was waking up to his mother, Ochako, calling him for breakfast. Toshi, who resembled Izuku but had brown hair like Ochako, groaned as he got out of bed. Mina noted how much he looked like Izuku, while All Might explained that Toshi was short for Tashinori. As Toshi joined his family for breakfast, Izuku and Ochako were present along with 4 other children. One was a girl named Nanako, who looked like 𝐒𝐮𝐬 but had green hair. There were also twins, one boy with brown eyes and freckles resembling Izuku, and another girl who looked like 𝐒𝐮𝐬 but had green eyes. Lastly, there was an 8-year-old boy with brown hair and a green streak, who also had freckles. Kirishima exclaimed at the number of children, while Inko expressed her joy at having so many grandchildren. Toshi greeted everyone at the table, and his sister Nanako teased him about his late wake-up time. Mina took notes on the children's names for future fanfiction, which startled Izuku and 𝐒𝐮𝐬. As Toshi prepared to move into the dorms at UA, he shared heartfelt farewells with his siblings, expressing his excitement for his journey to becoming a hero. Mina noted the names of Akito and Siko, the other siblings, as she continued her note-taking. "Is Eri going to come and visit today?" the little boy asked. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 replied that Eri and Koda were busy with hero work. Koda and Eri excitedly declared that they were heroes, and Mina noted down Izuku's name, confirming that Eri and Koda were partners in this universe. Luke added that they were even dating, causing Koda to blush while Eri looked confused, which everyone found adorable. Toshi reached for the butter across the table, but instead of getting up or asking for help, it flew into his hand. Inko wondered if he had her quirk, but Luke assured her to watch the next part. A slightly older present Nick's voice introduced Tashinori Midoriya, who had the quirk of gravity manipulation. He could make objects float, attract or retract them, and even manipulate his own gravity to fly, although he wasn't very skilled at it yet. However, overusing his quirk could make him feel nauseous. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was surprised to learn he could fly, while Izuku pointed out that his quirk seemed to combine elements of 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐼's and his own mother's. Present Mike expressed his relief at still being alive in 20 years. Ojiro noted that All Might was right. Tashinori was indeed his full name. Toshi donned his UA uniform and stepped outside, where Izuku and his family stood. His father had tears of joy in his eyes, expressing pride in his son. Toshi stepped outside, and Nanako cheered him on as he headed to UA. Upon arriving, he entered the Class 1A room, greeted by childhood friends Shota Shinso, Rei and Ryo Todoroki, Tensei Ida, Kimiko Kaminari, and Akio Kirishima, along with a tall guy with black hair. Kirishima exclaimed about their kids, while Mina recognized most of them but questioned the identity of the other boy. Yarashi remarked that the boy looked just like him. Toshi was welcomed by Shota Shinso, who was glad he made it. Junpei Yarashi introduced himself, and Luke explained that Yarashi's son had also gotten into UA, unlike his father who had a personal vendetta against some students. Katsumi Bakugo, Toshi's childhood best friend, approached him, and he tried to remain composed. Bakugo was surprised to learn that Katsumi was his daughter, and Mineta made an inappropriate comment before Bakugo blasted him away. Luke revealed he had temporarily restored Bakugo's quirk to allow him to deal with Mineta, instructing him to return to his seat. Katsumi and Toshi acknowledged they were in the same class, just like their fathers. Toshi checked behind Katsumi and spotted a man in a sleeping bag on the floor. Aizawa welcomed them to UA's hero course while sipping from a juice pouch, prompting laughter from present Mike and Ms. Joke when Aizawa exclaimed about still teaching after 20 years. Izuku asked how Toshi knew Aizawa would be there, and Toshi explained that his parents had told him about Aizawa's habit on their first day. As the rest of the students arrived, they took their seats. Toshi sat at his father's old desk, and Katsumi sat at hers. Aizawa warned them that he had taught their parents and would not hesitate to expel them if they misbehaved, sending chills down their spines. Toshi reflected on his journey, determined to become the #1 hero just like his father. Bakugo expressed disbelief that Deku's son would also become the #1 hero, while Izuku felt immense pride for Toshi. Luke then introduced a simple Izuoka story, revealing that in this universe, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 never attended UA due to her family's financial stability. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that her parents ran a construction company that was struggling, which motivated her to become a hero to help them. Monoma mocked her, but Izuku intervened, defending her fiercely and demanding an apology from Monoma. After a tense moment, Monoma complied, and Izuku warned him to treat his classmates with respect in the future. "Now go back to your seat and don't speak again," Izuku instructed, and the two returned to their seats. Luke continued explaining that in this universe, Ochako parents never faced financial troubles, so she never had a reason to become a hero, which meant she never attended UA. Ochako questioned how she would meet Deku if she never went to UA, and Luke encouraged her to watch and find out for herself as he began the alternate universe. The scene shifted to an 18-year-old Izuku in civilian clothes at a coffee shop. Inko exclaimed that it was the same coffee shop where she had met Izuku's father. As Izuku entered, he accidentally bumped into a young woman with a brown bob-cut hairstyle, spilling her coffee. He quickly apologized, asking if she was okay, to which she replied that it was her fault for not paying attention. Izuku offered to buy her another coffee, insisting despite her protests. Kirishima cheered Izuku on for being so gentlemanly. After purchasing their coffees, they sat down at a table outside. Ochako expressed her gratitude, though she insisted it wasn't necessary. Izuku complimented her, saying it was the least he could do for someone as pretty as her. Surprised by the compliment, Ochako asked for his name, and as they shook hands, she unintentionally activated her quirk, causing Izuku to float. She quickly apologized and canceled the effect, explaining her quirk allowed her to make things float by touching them with all 5 fingers. Izuku found her quirk fascinating and asked if she had ever considered becoming a hero. Ochako admitted she had thought about it but lacked a reason. Izuku shared that he was a hero, though she doubted she would believe him. He suggested they go to the park, and she playfully asked if he was asking her out on a date, to which he replied affirmatively. They dated for a few months, and one night, after he took her home, they stood outside her house. Izuku expressed how much he enjoyed their time together, but suddenly, Ochako yelled for him to look out as a villain appeared and attacked Izuku. He screamed in pain as the villain slashed his arm, and Ochako panicked. Izuku urged her to run, warning her of the villain's danger as he prepared to fight. With a surge of power, he unleashed his quirk, striking the villain with all his strength. As Ochako watched, she realized the villain was targeting Izuku, who was known as All Might in this universe. She felt a rush of determination and, despite her instincts to flee, she turned back to help him. When she returned, she saw the villain pinning Izuku down, delivering blows to his face. Izuku, seemingly resigned, told the villain to finish it, which confused Ochako. Just as the villain prepared to deal a final blow, he found himself floating, having been touched by Ochako's quirk. The villain was furious and aimed energy blasts at her, but Izuku quickly intervened, using his quirk to protect her. Unfortunately, the blast struck her house, causing an explosion that left Ochako in shock. Izuku managed to defeat the villain but collapsed from his injuries. Emergency services arrived promptly, taking Izuku to the hospital and the villain to the police. Ochako rode in the ambulance with him, anxious for his recovery. Hours later, Izuku woke up in the hospital, greeted by a nurse who informed him that he had been unconscious for a few hours. She reassured him that he would be able to leave that night but mentioned that Ochako had been worried. When Ochako entered the room, she rushed to Izuku and hugged him tightly, overwhelmed with relief. Izuku joked about her strength, and she apologized, expressing her concern for him. He reassured her that he was fine but questioned her decision to return to help him during the fight. Izuku expressed his concern, worried that Ochako could have been seriously hurt. Ochako reminded him that she had acted to save him, but Izuku insisted that he didn't want to see her in danger again. He recalled how close she had come to being harmed in the explosion. Ochako mentioned her house, and Izuku quickly apologized for not being able to save it. She reassured him that it was fine and that she could stay with her parents until she found a new place or they could help her build one. Izuku was surprised to learn that her parents ran a successful construction company. He then hesitated, revealing that he hadn't told her he was All Might because he feared she wouldn't believe him and that it might put her in danger. Ochako interrupted his apology with a sudden kiss, which caught Izuku off guard, but he soon melted into the moment. After they pulled away, both were breathless, and Ochako confessed her love for him, to which Izuku responded in kind. However, Izuku quickly realized that Ochako might be in danger due to a villain he had fought, who was part of a group called the League of Villains. He worried that they might come after her now that they were together. Ochako panicked, unsure of what to do. Izuku suggested that she could stay at his place for safety, and after a moment of hesitation, she agreed. Once they arrived at Izuku's home, which was more like a mansion, Ochako was amazed by its size. As they entered, a little girl with white hair and a horn rushed to Izuku, calling him Daddy. Izuku greeted Eri and introduced her to Ochako, explaining that Ochako would be staying with them for a while. Eri curiously asked if Ochako would be her mommy, and after a brief moment of uncertainty, Ochako happily agreed, much to Izuku's surprise. Bakugo entered the room, curious about the new arrival. Izuku thanked him for looking after Eri and explained that Ochako would be staying with them. Bakugo, before leaving, advised Ochako to take good care of Izuku. Ochako found the nickname Deku endearing, seeing it as a symbol of determination. Izuku showed Ochako to the guest bedroom but was taken aback when she asked to sleep in his room for the night. He agreed, feeling a blush on his cheeks. As they settled in, Ochako asked about his earlier comment about quitting hero work. Izuku revealed that he had been feeling empty and lacked motivation until he met her and Eri, who inspired him to continue fighting. Ochako found his words sweet and playfully called him Deku, suggesting it could be a good hero name. They shared a moment of warmth, and their bond deepened. 2 years later, they were happily married, with Ochako embracing her role as Eri's mother and Izuku adopting the hero name Deku. They built a joyful life together, filled with children and love. As the scene faded to black, All Might reflected on how important Ochako and Eri were to Izuku's journey as a hero. Eri expressed her affection for her parents, prompting smiles and coos from those around them. The atmosphere lightened with playful banter among their friends, each adding their own humorous remarks, while some teased others about their romantic interests. Laughter filled the air as they enjoyed their time together, celebrating their friendships and the bonds they had formed. It was unfortunate, really. Whoever created that could have channeled their talent into making Izuoka content, but instead, they wasted it on kakako material, Luke thought. He presented another piece of artwork, prompting Mina to tease Kaminari about his apparent hunger, causing Izuku and Ochako to blush. Kaminari, confused, wondered why he found himself in a trash can, to which Jiro responded that it was simply where he belonged. Inko chimed in, mentioning that katsudon was Izuku's favorite food. Ochako firmly stated her answer was no, while Bakugo gritted his teeth in frustration. She then declared her answer was yes, leading Bakugo to shout in protest. The UA students collectively exclaimed their disapproval. Mei complimented Ida, saying he looked attractive without his glasses, which made him blush. Izuku remarked that the comments seemed a bit harsh on Kachako shippers, to which Ochako shrugged nonchalantly. Luke concluded his presentation, stating he had gifts for everyone, playfully noting that some of them were on the naughty list. As he distributed gifts, some received delightful surprises, while others, like Endeavor, Bakugo, and Mineta, received coal. Endeavor questioned why he received coal, and Luke pointed out his past actions toward his wife and Shoto. Bakugo erupted in anger, demanding to know why he got coal, and Luke reminded him of his behavior. Mineta, confused, asked the same question, and Luke explained that his lack of respect for women warranted the coal. Luke then announced that he wanted to invite some guests, snapping his fingers to open multiple portals. Out came various individuals, some alternate versions of Izuku and the others, alongside unfamiliar faces. Among them were Sir Deku, Lady Uraraka, and their companions, as well as several other versions of familiar characters. Kaminari exclaimed in surprise at the sight of villain Deku and villain Bakugo, prompting the students and pros to assume defensive stances. Izuku reassured them that he had disabled their quirks, ensuring their safety. Villain Deku confirmed they meant no harm, while villain Bakugo expressed relief at being out of his confinement. Kaminari pointed out the unfamiliar group, and Luke introduced his friends, Ryan, Lily, Cramp, Poke, Super, Wolfie, and Shadow. Ryan thanked Luke for the invitation, and Ochako was curious about the name Hansen. Luke explained it was another name he went by. Ochako then inquired how Pyro Deku escaped the League of Villains, while Izuku asked about the Sword Art online versions. Pyro Deku mentioned that Luke had requested they not spoil their stories. One for all Bakugo approached normal Bakugo, expressing disbelief that he had been born with a quirk and had treated Deku poorly because of it. Normal Bakugo shrugged, but One for All Bakugo was appalled at his past behavior, feeling grateful to be quirkless in his universe. Toshi, Nanako, Akito, Siko, and Izuku approached their parents and 𝐼𝐻𝐬, greeting them enthusiastically. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was quickly embraced by her older siblings, who marveled at her cuteness. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 joyfully hugged her grandchildren, but they soon requested to be let go for breath. All Might approached the family, acknowledging them as young 𝐼𝐻𝐬's and young 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐻's children. The children were momentarily stunned to be in the presence of the legendary hero. Toshi clarified that their mother's last name was now 𝐼𝐻𝐬, not 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐬, but they were indeed their kids. All Might expressed confidence that they would become great heroes. Toshi then asked All Might for a private conversation. Once alone, Toshi revealed that All Might had died in their universe. All Might acknowledged this, having been forewarned by Night Eye about his fate. The children explained that they wanted to inform him of the identity of his killer to help him prevent it. Toshi revealed that it was Shigaraki, explaining how the encounter unfolded. All Might listened intently, grappling with the weight of their revelation, as they detailed the tragic turn of events that led to his demise. Toshi expressed his apologies, urging everyone not to approach the situation with their friend, allowing their parents to handle it instead. Siko agreed, reminding All Might to take good care of Grandma 𝐼𝐻𝐬. All Might was taken aback by the suggestion. They returned to the cafeteria, where laughter and joy filled the air. Eri and Koda were engrossed in playing with their Deku action figures, while others enjoyed the festive food. Sato and Bakugo were busy cooking their own dishes. Izuku was deep in conversation with his alternate selves, while Ochako observed him from across the room. Her alternate selves approached her, encouraging her to pursue a relationship with Izuku. Regret Ochako shared her own experience of not confessing her feelings to Deku, advising her not to make the same mistake. Determined, Ochako decided to talk to him. Meanwhile, Izuku was receiving similar advice from his alternate selves, who urged him to express his feelings for Ochako. With newfound resolve, both Izuku and Ochako made their way toward each other. As they approached, they both expressed that they were about to walk over to the other. Izuku started to speak, but Ochako interrupted, insisting he call her by her name. He agreed, but asked her to call him Izuku in return. She complied, adding that she preferred the nickname Deku. Izuku then confessed his feelings, acknowledging that it was clear from all the alternate universes they had seen that he loved her. Ochako reciprocated his feelings, and the room erupted in cheers. They noticed everyone watching, with Mina even capturing the moment on camera. Luke playfully called out to them, prompting them to look up and discover mistletoe hanging above. With a shy smile, they acknowledged the tradition and leaned in closer. The crowd cheered for the new couple, with All Might giving a thumbs up and Iida shedding tears of joy. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed her pride in her son growing up, while 𝐼𝐻𝐬 joyfully celebrated their love. Luke turned to his friends, announcing the success of their mission in bringing Izuku and Ochako together. After a brief celebration, Luke stood on a chair to make an important announcement. He explained that he would be sending everyone back to their respective universes for a month to recharge his powers. He assured them that only a few seconds would pass in their worlds before they would return to watch more universes. Once back in their own universe, Class 1A found themselves in the common area of the dorms as the sun began to set. Ochako requested Izuku to meet her in her room alone in 10 minutes, and he agreed. Bakugo, feeling exhausted, was interrupted by Aizawa and Nizu, who reminded him about their talk with his parents. Izuku asked his classmates to tuck 𝐼𝐻𝐬 in before heading to Ochako's room. Upon entering, he found her in her pajamas and agreed to cuddle with her for the night. Meanwhile, Bakugo was busy cleaning his dorm, facing the consequences of his actions, while the rest of the class eagerly anticipated their return to the theater to explore more universes. A month passed since their last adventure, and many relationships blossomed among their classmates. Todoroki and Momo, Kaminari and Jiro, Mina and Kirishima, and several others found love. All Might even formed a connection with Izuku's mom, though Izuku remained unaware. Mei had been busy creating inventions inspired by what she had seen in other universes, while Class 1B took Monoma to Recovery Girl, discovering he had rabies. The pros kept a close watch on Bakugo, concerned he might turn villainous like in another universe. Izuku met Ochako's parents, who eventually approved of him after some initial hesitation. They were all relaxing in the dorms when a familiar portal appeared above them, pulling them back into the theater, where they found not only their friends but also new faces, including Ochako's parents, Bakugo's parents, Ida's brother, Todoroki's family, and some unexpected guests from the League of Villains. Ochako exclaimed with joy upon seeing her parents, who rushed over to embrace her. Bakugo, noticing his own parents, shouted in surprise, demanding to know what they were doing there. Mistuki Bakugo scolded him for his language. Fuyumi Todoroki asked Shoto where they were, and he explained that they were in the multidimensional theater he had mentioned. Natsuo Todoroki expressed disbelief at the situation, while Rei Todoroki pointed out 𝗟𝗏's presence, questioning why he was there. 𝗟𝗏, filled with regret, chose to remain silent for the moment. Izuku pointed out the League of Villains and the hero killer, expressing shock at their presence. Ida and his brother shouted Stain's name, prompting Stain to recognize them. All Might transformed into his powerful form and demanded an explanation from All for One, who noted that he couldn't use any of his quirks. A familiar voice then emerged from the stage, belonging to Luke, who had changed his clothes. Mina complimented his shirt, and he casually mentioned borrowing it from a friend. Izuku asked if Luke's powers were recharged, to which Luke confirmed he was back and better than ever, his hands glowing blue. Bakugo grumbled about having to deal with Luke again, who teased him about his recent expulsion. Cammy urged Bakugo to be nice. Shigaraki, seeing Luke, demanded to know who he was, and Luke offered to explain to the newcomers why they were all there. Luke detailed the situation, explaining to everyone about All Might's successor and the history of their quirks. All for One questioned why Luke revealed such secrets, but Luke shrugged it off, stating that it was a consequence of his comments. All Might inquired why Luke had brought All for One and the League of Villains, to which Luke replied that he enjoyed bringing people together and wanted them to experience the multiverse, assuring everyone that their quirks had been taken away for safety. All Might reluctantly agreed but warned that he would take action if All for One made any moves. Luke instructed everyone to take their seats as they prepared to start the multiverse experience. Ochako settled on Izuku's lap, and the other girls followed suit, while Inko remained unaware of the dynamics. Luke activated the remote, initiating the alternate universe. He explained that this universe combined elements of their world with the Marvel Universe. When Ochako asked what that was, Luke described it as a comic book company from his world, home to characters like Spider-Man. Izuku was curious about his role in this universe, only to learn that he was Captain America, while Bakugo was a billionaire genius named Katsuki Stark, albeit quirkless. Bakugo was frustrated to hear this but was reassured that he would be a superhero called Iron Man, equipped with a high-tech suit he had built himself. Ochako was identified as Ochako Romanoff, known as the Black Widow, a skilled combatant and secret agent. Luke then showed them a version of 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, but with the Avengers symbol instead. Class 1A was seated at their desks, and while Izuku, Ochako, and their close friends looked the same, the rest of their classmates had undergone significant changes. Tsu had a different appearance, Mina looked like a cyborg, Koda was made of wood, Mineta had a raccoon tail, and Kyoko was green with pink highlights in her hair. They all expressed confusion about their new forms, with Luke explaining that they were aliens and that Tsu hailed from a fictional advanced country called Wakanda. Shota entered the room, dressed sharply, prompting Midnight to comment on his attire. Aizawa, slightly annoyed, greeted the class, who responded in unison, calling him Mr. Coulson, to which he corrected them, asserting his name was Aizawa. In this universe, everyone had different last names, just as they possessed unique powers, skills, and abilities. Luke explained the names assigned to each of them, revealing that Todoroki's name was Shoto Barnes, Momo was Momo Maximoff, Sato became Rikido Banner, Shinso was Hitoshi Barton, Siro was Hanta Parker, Kaminari was Denki Quill, Kirishima was Eijiro Rhodes, Tokoyami was Fumikage Wilson, Ojiro was Mashareo Strange, Aoyama was Yuga Wong, Tsu was Tsu Chala, Mineta was Mineta Raccoon, Ida was Tenya Odinson, Koda remained Koda, Toru was simply Toru, Shoji was just 𝐒𝐻𝐬, and Jiro was 𝐾𝐿. Aizawa informed the class that they would be boarding the helicarrier for training. Kirishima expressed his excitement, curious about what the helicarrier was. In the locker rooms, Izuku donned his Captain America costume and retrieved his shield, while Katsuki suited up in high-tech armor, causing Mei to nearly faint at the sight. Izuku asked Koda for his helmet, and Koda, with a branch extending from his hand, passed it over. Koda pondered why he could only say, "I am Koda," to which Luke explained that those were the only words his species could articulate in that specific order. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 noted that Koda's ability was similar to his own, and Luke clarified that in this universe, they were referred to as superpowers rather than quirks. Kaminari inquired about their powers, and Luke explained that not everyone had powers in this universe. Most people did not, including some of their classmates. He pointed out that Kaminari, along with Ochako and Bakugo, were among those without powers, but they had cool gadgets. Luke mentioned that Kirishima, Tokoyami, Mineta, Shinso, Mina, Shoji, and Jiro were also powerless. Shoji pointed out that he clearly had 4 arms in this universe, while Jiro noted her earphone jacks, and Tokoyami remarked on his bird-like appearance. Luke dismissed their observations, stating they had nothing to do with their superpowers. Ijiro had a suit of armor similar to Bakugo's, but his was bulkier and black and silver, equipped with machine guns. Kirishima was thrilled to learn he also had a suit of armor, and Mina complimented his appearance. Luke informed him that he was called War Machine in this universe, which Kirishima found manly. Tenya wore armor and a red cape, wielding a hammer. Izuku found it amusing that Tenya kept such a powerful weapon in a locker, but Tenya explained that very few could lift Mjolnir. Momo recognized the hammer as Thor's and explained its significance, while Luke confirmed that Tenya was worthy in this alternate universe. Rikido wore only purple breathes and a tank top, while Todoroki revealed a robotic arm. He was shocked to learn he had lost his arm long ago and had been brainwashed by his evil father, becoming an assassin known as the Winter Soldier. Horrified at the thought of having killed people, Todoroki felt relieved to know that Izuku had freed him from his father's control. Mineta, with a city accent, jokingly asked when he could buy Todoroki's arm, to which Todoroki firmly replied never. The other students chuckled at Mineta's antics, and Luke explained that Mineta had a strange fascination with robotic body parts. As they prepared for training, Mineta pulled out a large space rifle, while Todoroki revealed a modified weapon of his own. Denki was busy listening to music on a Walkman while changing into his outfit, and when Mineta asked him for grenades, Denki was oblivious to the request. Jiro laughed at Denki's singing, and when he finally heard Mineta, he passed him the bandolier of alien tech grenades. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 attached a metal device to his back, which had another piece resembling a bird. Luke explained that this was a drone named Redwing, connected to Tokoyami. Masahiro donned blue robes and a necklace, and a red cloak flew onto his back. He reassured the cloak, which seemed to have a mind of its own, that it would be fine in the locker. Luke revealed that Ojiro was a sorcerer named Dr. Strange, while Aoyama shared similar powers. Hanta suited up in his Spider-Man costume, equipped with web shooters, and Izuku confirmed that Hanta was indeed Spider-Man in this universe. Hitoshi pulled a bow and a quiver of arrows from his locker, ready for action. Shinso questioned whether all he used was a bow and arrow. Luke reassured him that he was still really cool, as he was known as Hawkeye in this universe for never missing his target with a bow and arrow, or any thrown object. Aizawa felt proud of Shinso, who was like a son to him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was dressed simply in breeches and boots, with 4 knives sheathed, 2 on each boot. Shoji asked if knives were really all he used, prompting Toga to hold up one of her knives, ready to make a point. Luke quickly intervened, snapping his fingers to remove Toga's knives and equipment, which made her cross her arms in frustration. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room, the girls were preparing to board the helicarrier for training. Mineta complained about them already being dressed, only to be thrown against the wall by Luke using one of his powers. Ochako was in her Black Widow costume, putting on the rest of her gear. Momo asked how things were going between Ochako and Rogers, to which Ochako replied that they were considering moving in together after graduation. Momo complimented them as a cute couple and asked when she would get her jacket back. Ochako reminded her that the jacket belonged to her, and Luke explained that Momo's jacket had magical powers, similar to Ojiro and Aoyama, and that she had borrowed it without asking. Momo mentioned that she could buy her own jacket, but Luke reminded her about alternate universes. Curious about her brother, Ochako asked Momo how he was doing. Momo replied that he was well, leading Luke to clarify that in this universe, Momo was not an only child. He revealed that Tetsu was her twin, which surprised everyone. Monoma protested, insisting that no one from Class 1B could be related to Class 1A, but Kendo silenced him with a light tap on the head. T'Challa's outfit formed around her automatically, black with silver lines, and her helmet sported cat ears. Pixie Bob commented on the cat-themed superhero, while Luke explained that Tsu was the Black Panther and Queen of Wakanda. Mina excitedly noted Tsu's royal status, and Melissa wondered how her costume appeared so magically. Luke explained that it was made from vibranium, a nearly indestructible metal found only in Wakanda, the same material as Izuku's shield. When Izuku inquired about the shield's origin, Luke clarified that it was made by Bakugo's father, who was baffled by the revelation. Bakugo's mother reprimanded him for his tone. Kyoka pulled a sword hilt from her locker, and a blade ejected from it before she retracted it back in and attached it to her waist. Mei began sketching designs for a retractable sword. Mina produced 2 retractable swords and secured them to her hips. Kyoka asked her how she had been doing, and Mina replied that she was well. The sisters were surprised to learn from Luke that they were adopted daughters of All for One in this universe. FO pointed at them, incredulous that they were his daughters. Luke explained that most of the League of Villains were also his adopted children. Jiro questioned why they were at UA, now the Avengers Academy, given their past associations. Luke recounted how they had such sides and formed the Guardians of the Galaxy, with Toru, an alien, later joining them. Mina had initially been sent to eliminate Jiro but had turned good instead. They had come to Earth because it was Kaminari's home, and Aizawa had convinced them to enroll in the academy. As the students moved down the hallway, a man in a red and black suit with a silver helmet suddenly appeared. Izuku recognized him as Mirio, who had just surprised them. Luke explained that Mirio was known as Ant-Man in this universe, capable of shrinking and growing as well as controlling ants, thanks to a suit powered by PIM particles created by Night Eye, who had been the original Ant-Man before his demise. Mirio mentioned he was on his way to class, and Izuku expressed concern about his tiny form. Mirio had intended to surprise them by appearing out of nowhere. After a brief exchange, Mirio shrank again and flew away on a winged ant. They proceeded outside to a flight deck where 𝐼𝐮𝐲 awaited them. He instructed everyone to board Quinjet 5 for the journey to the helicarrier. Ochako expressed curiosity about the helicarrier, while Kaminari questioned why they couldn't take the Milano, pointing to a colorful ship. Shota explained that they weren't taking it due to its smell and past flying incidents involving Kaminari. Excited, Kaminari realized he had his own spaceship, which had facilitated their adventures across the universe. Aizawa asked about the last time Kaminari had flown, and Luke hinted at Kaminari's notorious flying skills. Once aboard the Quinjet, the pilot prepared for takeoff, and they soared off the coast, ready for their next adventure. "Attention helicarrier, this is Quinjet 5, requesting permission to land," Shota announced. The response came swiftly, granting them permission. Suddenly, a massive ship with enormous turbine engines appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Siro exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the helicarrier, while Sato questioned its sudden appearance. Luke explained that it utilized cloaking technology. Mei was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer size of the airship. The Quinjet landed in one of the hangars, and the students and their teacher disembarked, making their way to the command bridge. There, they were greeted by Nizu, who wore a black trench coat and had an eye patch over his right eye. Aizawa inquired about Nizu's eye, to which Nizu remarked that the cut must have been much deeper in this universe. Nizu acknowledged 𝐼𝐮𝐲's presence and welcomed Shota and his students, who expressed their intention to use the training area. Nizu confirmed that Training Room 3 was available. He then asked if his name was Fury in this universe, to which Luke affirmed. noting it sounded quite impressive. Kirishima agreed, commenting on its manly connotation. As they entered the training room, 𝐻𝐸 prepared his class for what would be some of the most intense training of the year, emphasizing that to become Avengers, they needed to prove themselves. Bakugo was surprised to learn that being an Avenger was a real thing and not just the name of the school. Luke explained that the strongest students could join a team called the Avengers upon graduation, referencing All Might and other heroes from their universe who had been part of the team in their time. Just as 𝐻𝐸 began to outline the first part of their training, an explosion echoed outside, causing the helicarrier to shake. Alarms blared, announcing that they were under attack by villains. 𝐻𝐸 quickly devised a new plan, urging everyone to prepare for battle against the villains. They raced down the hallway and entered a large room, where they encountered Toga, Muscular, Spinner, and Kurojirai. Toga cheerfully noted their resemblance to the heroes, while Kota expressed his fear upon seeing the man who had harmed his parents. Izuku reassured Kota that they were in an alternate universe and that the villains could not harm him here. Kurojirai began to deliver a menacing speech about their impending doom, but 𝐻𝐸 interrupted, telling him they were not interested in his theatrics and demanded that they leave the helicarrier. Kurojirai insisted they hand over the Tesseract for a chance at survival. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 questioned what the Tesseract was, and Luke explained it was a glowing cube capable of opening space portals. Izuku asked why the League wanted it, and Luke informed them that it contained the Space Stone, one of 6 Infinity Stones that could grant unimaginable power, including the ability to destroy the universe. All for One sought the stones to eliminate half of all life in the universe, a notion that puzzled 𝐒𝐻𝐸, who questioned the logic behind such a plan. With a battle cry, Kurojirai commanded the villains to attack, and 𝐻𝐸 instructed his students to engage. Izuku raised his shield, rallying his classmates with a call to action. The students and villains charged at each other, unleashing their respective powers. Katsuki fired repulsor blasts, Hitoshi shot arrows, and Ochako unleashed electric blasts from her wrist devices. Shoto, Denki, Fumikiage, Mina, Mineta, and Ichiro joined in, firing at the villains, while Izuku skillfully threw his shield, which ricocheted off walls, striking multiple enemies. Izuku marveled at the shield's unique properties, and Luke explained that vibranium could absorb kinetic energy and bounce off surfaces with minimal loss of speed. Meanwhile, Fumikiage activated metal wings from his gear, soaring into the air as a hero known as Falcon. Suddenly, Sato began to transform, his body growing and tearing his shirt as he became the Hulk. He roared in frustration, realizing his newfound power. Luke clarified that the Hulk was an unstoppable force that emerged when one became angry. The Hulk grabbed a nearby fighter jet, hurling it at the villains, but Muscular intercepted and retaliated, leading to a fierce clash between the two. As the battle raged on, Izuku had a realization. He called out to Tenya, suspecting that his brother might be attempting to steal the Tesseract. Tenya agreed, and they needed to act quickly. Luke explained that Tenya's brother did not exist in this universe, and they would soon discover who it was. As they raced down the hallway, Izuku led a group of his classmates to a holding chamber where they spotted a figure in a horned helmet and green cape, extracting the Tesseract. The figure turned, revealing Monoma. Silence fell over the group for a moment before Tetsu broke it, questioning Monoma's predicament. Monoma erupted in outrage at the absurdity of being related to someone from Class 1. Luke intervened, taking Monoma through a portal for a brief moment. When they returned, Luke explained that he had given Monoma tranquilizers to keep him subdued for a while. With Monoma back in his seat, Luke resumed the alternate universe adventure, ready for whatever came next. Nito greeted his brother with enthusiasm, but Tenya demanded he relinquish the Tesseract immediately. Nito, however, had other plans, having promised 𝐿 that he would deliver it. With a swift motion, he opened a portal using the Tesseract and stepped through, closing it behind him. The group shouted in frustration, realizing he had escaped. Kendo expressed disbelief, while Luke reassured everyone that they would stop him eventually. Kurojirai, Toga, Spinner, and Muscular also slipped away through portals, leaving 𝐻𝐸 to lament the loss of the Tesseract. Meanwhile, in space, Nito presented the Tesseract to 𝐿, who appeared imposing and powerful. All for One expressed his gratitude, then crushed the tesseract, revealing a blue stone. He placed the stone into a gauntlet already adorned with a purple gem, feeling the surge of power course through him. With a sense of accomplishment, he noted that he had acquired 2 of the 6 stones. Luke announced that it was time to transition to the next universe, snapping his fingers to summon Overhaul. Izuku and the others instinctively took defensive stances, bewildered by Overhaul's presence. Eri, frightened, hid behind Izuku. Overhaul assured them he meant no harm, as Luke had warned him against any aggression. Luke explained that he wanted Overhaul to witness universes where he faced consequences for his actions. He then teleported Eri and Koda to a safe location, explaining that they were returning to the villain Deku universe, prompting an outcry from the group. Luke elaborated on the villain Deku universe, detailing how Izuku had joined the League of Villains after enduring relentless bullying from Bakugo and being told by All Might that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. In this dark reality, All for One had chosen Izuku as his successor, leading to a devastating attack on UA that resulted in the deaths of many, including most of Class 1A and Aizawa. The revelation that Izuku had taken Bakugo's quirk and dealt a fatal blow to All Might shocked everyone, especially Mitsuki, who found the scenario horrifying. As the alternate universe began to unfold, the scene revealed a devastated Japan, filled with ruins and remnants of destruction. Nizu and Aizawa exchanged grim observations, while All Might questioned the consequences of his choices regarding Izuku. Amidst the chaos stood Bakugo, now dressed in a scavenger's outfit, navigating through the remnants of his former life. He arrived at an abandoned high school, where he was confronted with the gruesome sight of decapitated heads on pikes, recognizing some of them as former classmates who had bullied Izuku. Izuku, horrified, covered his mouth as he processed the sight. Bakugo reflected on his past relationships, noting that he had distanced himself from those who continued to mistreat Izuku. He then ventured to his old middle school, where he was met with more shocking discoveries: decapitated heads of his former teachers. The realization that Izuku had taken such drastic actions against those who had wronged him left Izuku in disbelief. Bakugo continued his search for food in an abandoned building when he heard movement. He instinctively drew a shotgun, aiming it at the source of the sound. Kendo and most of Class 1B emerged, wearing similar outfits to Bakugo, revealing that they had survived. Bakugo was relieved to see them, but the somber news of their fallen classmates weighed heavily on the group. They had followed Bakugo after spotting him from the rooftops, and he shared the grim fate of his own classmates, revealing that Izuku had spared his life. The atmosphere was thick with tension as they processed the implications of what had transpired in this universe, each grappling with the reality of their friend's transformation into a villain. "Why would he let you live?" Kendo questioned. Bakugo responded, explaining that he knew the villain well. Class 1B was shocked by this revelation. Bakugo continued, revealing that he had bullied the villain throughout their lives and had even given him the name Deku as an insult. Tetsurisu, furious, grabbed Bakugo and slammed him against the wall, demanding to know if everything was because of him. Bakugo admitted his role in the villain's transformation, prompting Kendo to accuse him of being responsible for their friends' deaths. Setsuna suggested they should just eliminate Bakugo, but he urged them to team up against the true threat. Kendo was skeptical, questioning why they should ally with him, but Bakugo insisted he had the most knowledge about the villain. Eventually, Kendo agreed, and thus the resistance was formed. Months later, the resistance watched the news, horrified as the League of Villains declared their dems over the world. Izuku appeared on screen, announcing his reign and threatening anyone who opposed him. He proclaimed a new order where quirkless individuals would be granted powers, while those who misused their quirks would face consequences. Nizu remarked that the idea of punishing corrupt users of quirks had its merits, while All for One was frustrated that he was not the leader. Years passed, and Bakugo's resistance grew stronger, launching attacks against Izuku's forces. They faced the grim reality that some heroes had joined the League out of fear. Ochako expressed disbelief at the betrayal of heroes, while Stain pointed out the corruption that led to such decisions. During a strategy meeting at their base, Setsuna announced a visitor, revealing Dabi's presence. Bakugo reacted with hostility, pulling out a weapon, but 𝗟𝗶𝗸 assured him he meant no harm and wanted to join their cause. The resistance was taken aback by 𝗟𝗶𝗸's request, with Shigaraki accusing him of treachery. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 explained that he was motivated by a personal connection to one of Bakugo's classmates, revealing his brotherhood with Todoroki. This revelation shocked everyone, especially 𝗟𝗏𝗻 and the rest of Todoroki's family. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 shared his past with Izuku and how he had gathered intelligence on the League to aid the resistance. He handed Bakugo a flash drive containing vital information, and Bakugo reluctantly welcomed him to their ranks. A few days later, Bakugo prepared for an upcoming attack. 𝗏𝗏𝗡 approached him, expressing concern about the risks involved. Bakugo acknowledged the stakes, emphasizing the need to end Izuku's tyranny. 𝗏𝗏𝗡 worried about the potential loss of everything they had fought for, but Bakugo reassured him, teasingly referencing 𝗏𝗏𝗡's relationship with Kendo. This caused both 𝗏𝗏𝗡 and Kendo to blush, prompting playful banter from their teammates. As they stood outside Izuku's fortress, Bakugo and his team launched their assault. They fought valiantly, taking down numerous villains as they made their way to the top floor. However, they soon found themselves outnumbered, surrounded by 𝗏𝗻𝗡 and enemies ready to strike. Just then, a commanding voice called for them to stop. Bakugo and the others turned to see Izuku standing there, dressed in a suit reminiscent of All for One's. Bakugo exclaimed in surprise, while Izuku commanded the villains and 𝗏𝗻𝗡 to stand down. He instructed them to put the captured heroes in holding cells, except for Katsuki Bakugo. The villains complied, handcuffing Kendo and the others before skirting them away, while Izuku took Bakugo to the top floor. They settled at a table and Bakugo, confused, demanded to know what was happening. Izuku, however, chose to ignore the question and instead asked Bakugo how he had been. Bakugo reminded Izuku of the past, mentioning the loss of his hero and friends, and how Izuku had been left quirkless. Izuku took a sip of tea and casually noted that he wanted to share his accomplishments, which piqued Bakugo's interest. Just then, a little girl with white hair and a horn rushed up to them, excitedly showing Izuku a drawing she had made. 𝗟𝗏𝗻 proudly displayed her artwork, which depicted her and Izuku holding hands, with the words, "I love Daddy," written in crayon. The atmosphere lightened, and Kaminari commented on the sweetness of the moment, with everyone nodding in agreement. Izuku affectionately ruffled 𝗟𝗏𝗻's hair, eliciting a giggle from her. Bakugo was taken aback, realizing that Izuku had a daughter. Izuku clarified that 𝗟𝗏𝗻 was not his biological child. He explained that after their last encounter, he had met the leader of the Yakuza, a man named Kai Chisaki, also known as 𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had been using 𝗟𝗏𝗻's quirk to create dangerous bullets, and Izuku had found her in a terrible state. He had freed her and confronted 𝗏𝗏𝗏, ultimately defeating him and dismantling the Yakuza's operations. Bakugo recalled hearing about a Yakuza hideout being destroyed on the news, and Izuku confirmed that he had eliminated the entire Yakuza presence in Japan. He explained that 𝗟𝗏𝗏 needed a new home after losing her family, and he had adopted her, intending to train her as his successor in the future. Bakugo expressed concern about the idea of 𝗟𝗏𝗏 becoming a villain, questioning how Izuku could have turned to a life of villainy when he once aspired to be a hero. Izuku recounted how his dreams of heroism had been shattered after a traumatic encounter with a sludge villain and a disappointing meeting with All Might. He had sought to prove himself but was ultimately rejected. After a fateful jump from a building, he was taken in by the previous leader of the League, who had given him a fraction of his quirk. Eventually, Izuku had taken control and sought to reshape the world. Bakugo was shocked to learn that Izuku had killed his predecessor, questioning the morality of such an action. Izuku dismissed Bakugo's concerns, explaining that he had no intention of allowing someone else to take credit for his efforts. Bakugo then asked about Izuku's mother, to which Izuku revealed that she had been taken hostage by corrupt heroes, leading him to take drastic measures to protect her. He had ensured her safety, placing her under the protection of loyal allies. Bakugo, reflecting on his own family, revealed that he had lost contact with his parents after the tragic events that unfolded years ago. Izuku reassured him that his parents were safe, having been moved to the same secure location as his mother. Bakugo was stunned by this revelation, grateful for Izuku's actions, even if their past had been fraught with conflict. Bakugo questioned why Izuku was sharing such information. Izuku replied that he wanted closure before their inevitable confrontation. Suddenly, Izuku unleashed a spike from his hand, striking Bakugo. The shock echoed through the crowd, who cried out in disbelief. Izuku instructed one of his men to dispose of the body and eliminate the remaining resistance, including the traitor 𝗟𝗶𝗸. He cast a final glance at Bakugo's lifeless form, bidding farewell to an old friend as the body was taken away, and the screen faded to black. Luke emerged from a portal, holding a present. He called out to Bakugo, tossing the gift his way. Bakugo opened it, his eyes widening in surprise at the action figure of himself. Luke explained that he struggled to find a suitable gift, but since it was Bakugo's birthday in his universe, he wanted to do something nice despite their rivalry. Bakugo thanked him. Luke then mentioned he would return 𝗟𝗶𝗸 to the children's room. When Izuku asked why, Luke revealed that the next segment was inspired by his favorite video game series, Fallout. He elaborated that it was set in a future devastated by atomic warfare. All Might expressed his astonishment at the concept. As Luke prepared to start the presentation, the screen went black, displaying Bethesda Game Studios Presents. Kirishima inquired about Bethesda, and Luke explained it was the company behind the recent Fallout games, now owned by Xbox. The title, Fallout 4, appeared, followed by a scene of footprints in the sand, all in black and white. Izuku's narration began, reflecting on the past. He recounted the story of his great-great-grandfather, a soldier in 1945, who longed to return home to his wife and the son he had never met. The scene shifted to his great-great-grandmother and grandfather, who looked at a photograph of the soldier, resembling Izuku. Luke confirmed that in this universe, Izuku's ancestor fought in World War II. Izuku continued, explaining how the U.S. ended the war by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, showing bombers in the sky and a mushroom cloud rising. Luke added that Izuku's family was American in this narrative. As the world awaited destruction, something miraculous occurred. Leaders began to harness atomic energy for power rather than destruction. The visuals transitioned to a lab where a scientist experimented with nuclear energy and a futuristic power plant. Izuku described how people enjoyed luxuries once deemed science fiction, showcasing a floating robot trimming bushes and fusion-powered cars. He introduced a man wearing a device called a Pip-Boy 1.0, representing portable computers. However, in the 21st century, the American dream faded. Scenes of conflict emerged, depicting boys fighting in a crater and crowds rushing toward a burning power plant. Izuku explained that years of consumption led to resource shortages, prompting Kaminari to question the lack of solutions. Momo refused to create resources for everyone, emphasizing the world's unraveling as a Chinese soldier observed American troops parachuting into 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿, Alaska. Izuku narrated that peace became a distant memory, illustrating a soldier in high-tech armor, reflecting sadness as engineers repaired his suit. Luke explained that the armor was called power armor, a significant element in the Fallout games. As the year 2077 approached, Izuku expressed fear for himself, his wife, and his infant son while looking at a picture of Ochako. He walked alongside fellow soldiers, contemplating the unchanging nature of war. Kaminari found the phrase, "war never changes" compelling, prompting Luke to conjure a shirt with the saying for him. The screen transitioned to a white background, revealing an adult Izuku gazing into a bathroom mirror, now in color. He repeated the phrase, and Ochako, standing behind him, encouraged him for the evening's event. Izuku, smirking, prepared for the night ahead. After shaving, he entered the kitchen, where a robot named 𝐒𝐮𝐧𝐼 greeted him with coffee and the morning newspaper. Izuku expressed gratitude, confirming they had one of those robots as well. His name was 𝐒𝐮𝐧𝐼, a Mr. Handy robot, Luke explained. Izuku took a sip of his coffee and glanced at a comic book on the counter titled 𝐼𝐻𝐬 the Barbarian and the Jungle of the Bat Babies, which was his favorite. Bakugo questioned what 𝐼𝐻𝐬 the Barbarian was, to which Luke informed him it was a comic book hero. Izuku opened the fridge and spotted several rocket-shaped bottles labeled Nuka-Cola. He remarked that it was ice cold, then wondered if he meant Coca-Cola. Luke clarified that it was indeed called Nuka-Cola in this world. As he read the newspaper, he noted it was more of the same. Izuku then walked over to a law degree displayed on a shelf, expressing pride in Ochako achievement. Luke reminded him that she was a lawyer in this scenario. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying filled the air. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 floated down the hallway, announcing that he would attend to young Toshi, who was in need of care. Ochako confirmed Toshi's presence, and she chuckled, sharing that she had been nervous at first but felt reassured by 𝐒𝐮𝐬's capabilities with Toshi. Izuku settled on the couch, watching the news, when the doorbell rang. Ochako asked him to get it, suggesting it was the salesman who visited daily. Upon opening the door, Izuku found a salesman there, who cheerfully introduced himself as representing Vault-Tec. Momo inquired about Vault-Tec, and Luke explained that it was a company that built advanced fallout shelters, known as vaults, across the country due to impending nuclear threats. Izuku asked where his family lived, and Luke informed him they resided in Massachusetts, now called the Commonwealth, specifically in a community named Sanctuary Hills near Boston. Izuku was not interested in what the salesman was offering and stated he wasn't buying anything. The Vault-Tec representative assured him he wasn't selling anything that day. He expressed his happiness at finally speaking with Izuku, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Izuku was skeptical, but the rep insisted that due to his family's service to the country, they had been pre-selected for entrance into Vault. Kaminari commented on the name, and Luke added a sarcastic remark. Izuku, not in the mood for a sales pitch, told the rep to go away. Momo wondered if he should take this more seriously, but Luke explained that Izuku had a long night and was not inclined to engage with a salesman so early. The rep insisted it would only take a moment to verify some information for the unforeseen event of total atomic annihilation. Izuku reiterated his longing for the rep to return another time, but Ochako encouraged him to let the salesman fill out the paperwork. With a sigh, Izuku agreed, turning to face his wife. The Vault-Tec representative eagerly stated he just needed to get the information squared away. Izuku filled out the form, providing his name and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 stats, which detailed his skills. Jiro inquired about the stats, and Luke explained their significance. After completing the form, Izuku handed it back to the rep, who expressed delight and congratulated him on being prepared for the future before leaving. Izuku thanked him and closed the door. Ochako reassured him that it was worth the little bit of paperwork for peace of mind, especially for their family. Izuku agreed, expressing that for her and Toshi, no price was too high, prompting a collective "ah" from everyone present. Ochako chuckled at Izuku's response, and he acknowledged he had his moments. Just then, Toshi cried again, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 approached Izuku, reporting that Toshi had been changed but was still upset. He suggested that Izuku might provide the paternal affection needed to calm the baby. Ochako encouraged him to go, and Izuku made his way down the hallway to Toshi's room. Ochako's dad asked if they would finally get to see what their grandson looked like, and Ochako confirmed they would. Izuku entered the room and approached the blue crib where baby Toshi lay, wrapped in a blanket with his arms free and wearing a cap. Ochako's mom exclaimed how appealing Toshi was, and Inko agreed. Toshi giggled upon seeing his father, who greeted him warmly and noticed a book on the dresser titled, "You're Special." Izuku wondered what Toshi would grow up to be. He turned back to his son and playfully tickled his tummy, eliciting more giggles. Ochako, standing in the doorway, asked how the two most important men in her life were doing and suggested spinning the mobile above Toshi's crib, which made the baby happy. As they enjoyed the moment, Ochako proposed a trip to the park after breakfast, and Izuku smiled, agreeing it sounded like fun. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 called for them from the living room, prompting Ochako to ask what was wrong. Izuku followed her into the living room, where 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was focused on the TV. The news reporter spoke of blinding flashes and sounds of explosions, indicating they were trying to confirm something. Ochako, holding Toshi, asked what was happening, and the reporter continued, revealing confirmed reports of nuclear detonations in New York and Pennsylvania. Izuku placed a hand on his forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. The screen then displayed the message, "Please stand by." Ochako exclaimed in shock as Izuku opened the front door. They needed to get to the vault immediately. Izuku, Ochako, and Toshi rushed out of the house and down the road, leaving 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 behind. Outside, chaos reigned. People were fleeing their homes, desperately trying to reach the vault. Military forces had been deployed, and giant gunships hovered ominously in the sky. Luke informed them that those aircraft were called vertibirds, while May busily worked on blueprints. A voice blared from an intercom, urging the residents of Sanctuary Hills to evacuate to Vault 111 if they were registered. As they ran, Toshi cried, and Ochako encouraged everyone to keep moving toward the vault. They crossed a wooden bridge, with Izuku reminding them to hold on to Toshi. They climbed a hill, urgency driving them forward. Upon reaching the vault, they were met with a throng of people trying to get inside. A Vault Tech representative was arguing with a soldier, insisting he had the right to enter. The soldier, however, was firm, stating that the man was not on the list. The situation escalated when a soldier in power armor powered up his minigun, causing the Vault Tech representative to retreat in panic, vowing to report the incident. Kendo expressed disbelief at the soldier's readiness to take action against the representative, while Luke explained that many people had been denied entry due to limited space. Kaminari questioned why the representative, who worked for Vault Tech, wasn't guaranteed a spot, to which Luke replied that Vault Tech had a reputation for being unkind. The soldier with the minigun barked orders for those in the program to step forward. Izuku and his family did just that, pleading to be let in. The soldier checked his clipboard and, after confirming their names, allowed them through the gate. They expressed their gratitude, and the soldier wished them luck. A man in a blue jumpsuit and security gear led them toward the vault, and Ochako voiced her concern for those left outside. The man urged them to keep moving as they passed a vertibird landing nearby. He directed them to step onto a metal platform at the edge of the hill, where some of their neighbors were already waiting. As the siren blared, one of the Vault Tech personnel commanded the platform to be sent down. Izuku reassured his family, expressing his love for them. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the distance, prompting panic among the crowd. The Vault Tech personnel shouted for the platform to descend immediately as the blast wave approached. Izuku urged everyone to hold on as the elevator moved slowly downwards, the tension palpable. Just before the blast wave reached them, they ducked down as the elevator continued its descent. Relief washed over them when they finally reached the bottom. Ochako held Toshi tightly, whispering that they were safe now. The metal gate before them lifted, revealing the open vault door shaped like a giant gear. A security guard instructed everyone to step off the elevator and proceed up the stairs in an orderly fashion. The overseer of the vault reassured the new residents that they would be taken care of in their new home, Vault 111, promising a better future underground. Jiro questioned how this could be a better future when their homes had been destroyed, while a neighbor expressed disbelief at how close they had come to disaster. Luke explained that the overseer was in charge of the vaults, and the group followed the security guard up the stairs and through the vault door. The vault computer system welcomed them, and they crossed a metal bridge to a woman distributing vault jumpsuits. She handed Izuku and Ochako their suits, and they thanked her, unsure of what to do next. The woman directed them to follow the doctor, who would guide them further. The doctor assured them that they would love their new home, describing it as one of the most advanced facilities. As they walked down the hallway, they passed a couple speaking with a vault employee, lamenting the loss of their home and worrying about family members in D.C. Ochako asked how long they would be down there, and the doctor explained that they would cover that in orientation after a few medical procedures. They entered a room lined with large pods, and Ochako inquired about them. Luke suggested they would find out soon enough. At the end of the room, the doctor instructed Izuku to step into a pod labeled C7. Toshi began to cry in Ochako's arms, prompting Izuku to reassure his son that he wouldn't be far away. They donned their vault jumpsuits, which were blue with a yellow stripe down the center, around the waist, and at the neck. It also had the number 111 on the back in yellow. They climbed into the pods and the doors closed. The doctor explained that the pod would decontaminate and depressurize them before heading deeper into the vault, urging them to relax. Izuku wondered if the pods were just for checking radiation, but Luke assured him that was not the case. Ochako expressed her confusion, and Luke encouraged them to wait and see. Taking a deep breath, Izuku reflected on the new life ahead as he glanced at Ochako and Toshi in the pod across from him. Ochako placed her hand on the glass, and Izuku felt the pod's locking mechanism activate. The vault computer system announced their vitals were normal and the procedure was complete. Suddenly, Izuku felt a chill as ice began to form in the pod, prompting everyone to react in surprise. The countdown echoed in Izuku's mind as everything turned white. Once the white light faded, Izuku heard something. The pod was being shut off, and the computer system announced that cryogenic stasis had been suspended. Everything appeared blurry at first, and he banged on the glass, trying to escape. A woman in a teal-blue hazmat suit approached the pod containing Ochako and Toshi. She pointed and indicated that this was the one. A man in a black leather jacket with spiky blonde hair and a metal brace over his left arm appeared, holding a revolver. Kirishima recognized him, and the man ordered the woman to open the pod. She complied, and Ochako and Toshi were unfrozen. Ochako began to cough, and Toshi started to cry. As Ochako regained her senses, she questioned if it was over and if they were okay. The man assured her that everything would be fine. Izuku banged on the glass again, desperate for their attention. The woman in the hazmat suit reached for Toshi, but Ochako instinctively held onto him, expressing her concern. The man warned Ochako to let go, pointing his revolver at her. Izuku screamed in panic, urging her to stay away from them. Ochako refused to relinquish her son, and in a sudden moment, a gunshot rang out. The audience gasped as they witnessed Ochako fall, and Izuku, along with her parents, cried out in despair. The coldness of the pod rendered Izuku unable to speak, and all he could do was breathe heavily, filled with anguish. The man ordered to get the child out of there and moved toward Izuku's pod. The woman closed Ochako's pod and took Toshi away. The man stood before Izuku, looking through the glass. He remarked that they still had a backup, and as Izuku focused on the man's face, he realized it was Bakugo, now sporting a beard and a scar across his left eye. The audience reacted in shock, and Mitsuki demanded to know why Bakugo had done this. Izuku, filled with rage, accused him of murdering Ochako, while Bakugo defended himself, insisting he was not to blame for the actions of others. Izuku could only glare at Bakugo, his heart heavy with hatred, as Bakugo walked away. Turning back to Ochako's lifeless body, he whispered her name in sorrow. The vault computer system announced that cryogenic stasis had been reinitialized, and Izuku was once again frozen in darkness. When he was unfrozen again, he coughed violently and banged on the glass, but it was futile. The computer system warned of a critical failure in the cryogenic array, instructing all residents to vacate immediately. The door to Izuku's pod finally opened, and he fell to the ground, soaked. He quickly got to his feet and rushed to Ochako's pod, desperately searching for a release mechanism. Flipping the SW, he cried out for the door to open. When it did, he placed his hand on Ochako's cold face, pleading for her to wake up. He whispered his hopes, only to be met with the painful realization of her death, the evidence of the tragedy stark before him. Overwhelmed with grief, Izuku collapsed in front of her body, tears streaming down his face. After a moment, he steeled himself, knowing he had to act. He removed Ochako's wedding ring from her finger, vowing to find those responsible and bring Toshi back. He promised to return for her and give her a proper burial. Attempting to open the other pods proved fruitless. Each attempt was met with a malfunction warning. He moved to the terminal next to the pods to check the life functions, discovering that many were marked as deceased due to life support failure. Izuku's heart sank as he realized the grim fate of those around him. For Ochako and Toshi, the status was unknown, while his own status indicated a remote override had been engaged. Confusion and dread filled his mind as he pondered who could have unfrozen him. The audience was left in suspense, questioning the motives behind Vault-Tech's actions. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 wondered if it was Bakugo and the woman in the hazmat suit. He walked down the hallway and entered another room filled with more people in cryopods. When he attempted to open them, a loud honking noise echoed, and the vault computer system announced a malfunction in the manual release override. Checking the terminal in the room yielded the same message. It was clear that everyone inside was gone. Returning to the hallway, he reached a door that was locked from the other side. The vault computer system informed him of a malfunction in the emergency exit door override and advised contacting a Vault Tech maintenance representative for service. Izuku noticed a cart nearby with a toolbox and grabbed a screwdriver. Opting for a longer route, he headed down another hallway, passing a window he didn't initially notice. He heard a sound from the window but saw nothing when he turned to look. Continuing his journey, he came across what appeared to be a small office and decided to investigate. Inside, he found a terminal and began to explore its contents. The information displayed included security instructions, operations protocol, and security logs. The first document was marked confidential and for security eyes only. It revealed that Vault 111 was designed to test the long-term effects of suspended animation on unaware human subjects. Security staff were tasked with maintaining the integrity of the installation and monitoring the activities of the science staff. Deviating from assigned duties was strictly prohibited, with severe consequences for insubordination. Security personnel were authorized to use lethal force if necessary. Izuku was shocked to learn that the vault was merely an experiment. Luke explained that many believed the vaults were high-tech shelters where they could live safely, but they were actually social experiments approved by the government. Each vault had a unique experiment, some benign while others were quite sinister. For instance, Vault 3 was supposed to open after 20 years but remained sealed due to the inhabitants' wishes, only to be opened later due to a water malfunction, resulting in their demise at the hands of raiders. Vault 8 was supposed to open after 10 years and contain the Garden of Eden creation kit. Other vaults had various experiments, including human sacrifices, exposure to radiation, and even training children to become stronger and more intelligent without their knowledge. Izuku was horrified to discover that Vault 111's experiment involved freezing its residents without their consent. Luke continued to explain the operations protocol, detailing that upon activation, all personnel were required to assist with the admittance of vault residents, ensuring that no one attempted to evacuate. Those not on the list would be detained, and any detainees would be disposed of once all residents were sealed in their preservation chambers. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 remarked on the grim reality that they were prepared to eliminate anyone who tried to enter the vault without authorization. Izuku then reviewed the staff duties outlined in the manual, which detailed the responsibilities of scientists, security teams, and other personnel. He returned to the operations protocol and selected the evacuation procedures, which outlined the monitoring of hazards following a nuclear event, including radiation levels and enemy invasions. Once conditions were deemed safe, this terminal would receive an all-clear notice. Upon receiving the all-clear notice, Vault Tech personnel could be evacuated at the overseer's discretion. Notices from organizations or individuals not associated with Vault Tech, including government and military, should be disregarded. Residents were not to be disrupted or evacuated. Vault Tech would attend to their needs remotely once Vault 111 staff had been evacuated. Izuku then selected the mandatory shelter 𝗶𝗸. Vault 111 was classified as a short-term assignment. Non-resident personnel were expected to carry out research duties and basic maintenance of the vault while awaiting the all-clear signal to evacuate. In the absence of an all-clear message from Vault Tech, the overseer could elect to evacuate staff after a mandatory shelter 𝗶𝗸 of 180 days of containment. Under no circumstances could Vault 111 staff evacuate during this shelter 𝗶𝗸 unless they received the all-clear message from Vault Tech. Izuku reflected on the 6 months of isolation, acknowledging how brutal it must have been for the staff. Momo agreed with him. He then returned to the very first menu and selected security logs. The first entry revealed the grim reality: the world had ended. They had barely managed to get all the residents inside, and not everyone had made it. Now, it was just them and the icebergs. The scientists had tried to explain that keeping the residents frozen was part of a big experiment for a better future, but Izuku felt uneasy about the deception they had maintained before putting them into stasis. The next entry described a Christmas underground, where the security team and support staff had gathered for a small party. The best gift was a fancy lad snack cake that wasn't too stale. None of the scientists attended, and the overseer was absent as well. Izuku felt suspicious. wondering if they were hiding something from the rest of the staff. As he read the following entry, he noted that only a few weeks remained in their mandatory shelter PRD. Tensions were rising, and some were beginning to doubt that the all-clear signal would ever come. The food supply was dwindling, and the overseer kept insisting they be patient and focus on work, which only fueled Izuku's concerns about what was really happening. The next log indicated that the main door accessing the vault exit was malfunctioning. The only way out was through the overseer's evacuation tunnel, which seemed convenient for him. Izuku had been invited to a meeting that night with support staff and security, indicating he wasn't the only one feeling frustrated. The final log was dire. There would be no all-clear from Vault-Tec. They were running out of food, and tensions had escalated to a point where Izuku felt he could have harmed someone over a dropped cracker. A group confronted the overseer about opening the vault, but he had locked himself in his office with the science staff, demanding they surrender any food, weapons, and medicine they had by nightfall or face consequences. Izuku knew it was time to act. They needed to escape the vault. After reviewing the terminal, Izuku noticed a syringe next to it. Luke informed him that it was a stimpack, used for healing. He headed down the hallway and passed through several doors when he suddenly encountered a giant cockroach. The group screamed in shock, and Luke explained it was a radroach, warning them that there were even more terrifying creatures outside. The radroach lunged at Izuku, but he swiftly punched it, defeating it easily and gaining some experience points. He was astonished by the sight of giant roaches. Moving on, he entered a room that contained a kitchen, another terminal, and some tables, which led to a bathroom and barracks, but he prioritized finding a way out. He noticed a baton on a table and picked it up. Entering a room with two massive generators, he assumed they were responsible for keeping the vault operational. He watched as a radroach attempted to pass between the generators, only to be electrocuted. This confirmed his decision to go around them instead. Ascending a small flight of stairs, he encountered two more radroaches and a skeleton in a ragged vault jumpsuit. One of the radroaches jumped at him, but he blocked its attack with the baton and eliminated it. He stared at the skeleton, pondering if he was truly the last one left. Momo speculated on how long Izuku had been frozen, noting that it would take time for a corpse to become a skeleton. Luke suggested they would have to keep watching to find out. Continuing through a door and up another flight of stairs, he faced more radroaches, swinging harder to fend them off. He then stopped to drink from a water fountain before entering what appeared to be the main office, likely the overseer's. The room contained a large desk with a terminal, a tipped-over office chair, and a skeleton in a lab coat nearby. Izuku approached the skeleton, calling out for anyone, but received no response. He found several stimpaks on the desk and took them, along with a pistol and some ammunition. Luke explained that the 10mm pistol was standard Vault-Tec issue, with decent range and damage. Izuku then moved into the security section of the room, where he found another 10mm pistol and more ammo. He took the ammunition but left the extra pistol behind, knowing he only needed one. He then noticed a large gun of some sort in a locked glass case on the wall. Izuku thought it was impressive and made a mental note to return for it later. He entered a room behind the desk, where he found a bed, a few dressers, a locker, and a bathroom. It seemed to be the overseer's sleeping quarters. He discovered some more ammunition in the locker and took it with him. Returning to the main office, he attempted to open the door leading to the next area, but it was locked. He remarked that the terminal had it secured. Izuku approached the overseer's terminal on the desk and began to explore its contents. Most of the information was similar to what he had seen on the other terminal, overseer instructions and job assignments. However, he noticed a file labeled 𝐒𝐮𝐬. The file read, "Clearance, overseer eyes only. I've long dreamed of making cryogenic freezing available in a portable, on-demand form. The 𝐒𝐮𝐬 is my latest attempt. Thankfully, we have no shortage of the chemicals and components I need to tinker with the prototype. It's a nice way to occupy the time as we wait for the all-clear signal." Izuku realized that the object on the wall was indeed the 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Todoroki expressed his frustration, suggesting that the Vault-Tec team was trying to replicate his abilities, but Luke dismissed him. Izuku continued reading the overseers. The first entry detailed the completion of the final staff orientation, with most residents from Sanctuary Hills and Concord enrolled. Vault Tech supervisors had conducted a technical review, and the vault was ready to open. The overseer expressed excitement about what the residents would witness, wishing he could join them to see the promise of their future. The next entry revealed that an early warning had come through, and they had been fortunate that most of the staff was nearby when it did. They sealed the entrance, and resident admittance went smoothly, even for the family that had waited until the last moment. The overseer noted that the residents seemed too overwhelmed to question the cryogenic pods. The following entry mentioned a strange issue with pod C3, where a subject experienced heart palpitations. Although not life-threatening, it was unusual. They realized almost too late that the pod was malfunctioning, and the cryogenic array nearly began thawing her out. The overseer suspected a hiccup in Vault Tech's remote override systems and noted the need to monitor the situation closely. The next entry expressed concern over the lack of an all-clear signal, even as they approached the end of the 180-day mandatory shelter PRD. Supplies were running low, and the overseer worried about the residents questioning their situation. He emphasized that the radioactive exposure outside would still be dangerous if they left too soon, and that the all-clear was meant to provide additional instructions from the main office. The final entry revealed that a faction led by the security personnel had turned against the overseer, demanding to leave the vault. He expressed frustration and resolved to consolidate the remaining supplies, putting the staff on lockdown and prioritizing who deserved the dwindling food supplies. Izuku reflected on the difficult choices the overseer had to make. He then opened the evacuation tunnel and entered a hallway where he spotted multiple radroaches at the other end. He aimed his 10mm pistol and fired several rounds, taking them down with precision, recalling his army training. He continued down the hallway, reloading his gun as he went. After passing through a few more doors, he reached the large vault door, where he noticed more skeletons and another radroach pecking at one. Bullet marks were evident everywhere. Izuku stealthily approached the radroach and struck it with his gun. Another radroach emerged from under the stairs, but he quickly dispatched it as well. He looked at the skeletons, wondering if anyone had managed to escape. He walked over to the vault door control panel, which had another skeleton in front of it. The large red button to open the door was encased in glass. When he tried to open the casing, it emitted a loud noise, and the vault computer system informed him that a Pip-Boy interface was required to activate the vault door cycling sequence. Izuku recalled the large device he had seen someone wearing at the beginning. He searched around for a Pip-Boy and nearly tripped over a skeleton. He noticed that the skeleton's detached arm had a Pip-Boy on its wrist. He picked it up, dropping the skeleton's arm in the process. After examining it, he put it on and strapped it securely, pressing the power button. The device whirred to life, and he wiped the dust off the screen, which displayed initializing, with Vault Boy giving a thumbs up. Curious, he asked about the character on the screen. Luke explained that Vault Boy was Vault Tech's mascot. The display then showed Izuku's menu and stats. Izuku noted the advancements in the Pip-Boy technology, realizing that the device he had seen earlier was a prototype. Luke explained that this was a more advanced version, the Pip-Boy Mark IV, which had various functions useful for navigating the post-apocalyptic world. Excited, Izuku expressed his eagerness to create his own version of the device. He then pulled the white plug out of the Pip-Boy and connected it to the vault door control panel, causing the glass casing to swing open. His Pip-Boy indicated that remote access to the vault door was ready. He pulled the plug from the control panel and reinserted it into his Pip-Boy, then pressed the large red button. The alarms began to blare, and the vault computer system announced that the vault door cycling sequence had been initiated. A massive robotic arm extended into the back of the vault door, pulling it inward and then sliding it to the side. The metal bridge extended, and Izuku stepped out of the vault. He walked down the small flight of stairs and approached the elevator they had arrived on. Before stepping onto it, he removed his wedding ring and put on Ochakos. Mina noted that he was wearing his wife's ring to remember her by. He stepped onto the elevator, which ascended after a moment. The vault computer system wished him an enjoyable return to the surface and thanked him for choosing Vault Tech as Izuku made his way back up. In his mind, he vowed that he was coming for Toshi. The elevator brought Izuku back to the surface. As the large metal doors opened, he was momentarily blinded by the sunlight. He took a few steps forward, and as his vision cleared, he saw the destruction that had befallen the world. He gasped as he took in the remnants of 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬. Momo covered her mouth in shock, while Iida remarked on the devastation. Cammy expressed her concern for their world, urging Katsuki not to overuse his quirk. Bakugo reassured her that he wouldn't. Izuku ran back down the hill, quickening his pace until he reached what remained of 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬. The location was automatically marked on his map. He collapsed to his knees at the sight of his home, the place where he had hoped to raise a family. Some houses stood while others had completely collapsed. The scene was chaotic, with rusted cars and toppled trees scattered about. Suddenly, Izuku heard a noise. He turned to see his old house, thankfully still intact, and noticed someone in front of it trimming the remaining bushes. It was 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬. Izuku rushed over to his robot butler, who had accumulated some rust over the years. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 turned around, his robotic eyes widening in recognition. He exclaimed with joy at seeing Izuku, who was relieved to find him still functioning. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 expressed disbelief that a little radiation could deter the pride of General Atomics International. Luke explained that General Atomics was the company that manufactured 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 and other Mr. Handys. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 inquired about Ochako, looking around for her. Izuku felt a pang of sadness as he realized 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 was unaware of what had happened. He mentioned that armed individuals had entered the vault, and 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 humorously remarked about a child in a Halloween costume. Izuku's heart sank as he revealed that they had killed Ochako. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬, trying to lighten the mood, suggested a family activity to distract from the grim news, but Izuku's desperation grew as he asked about Toshi. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 recalled that Ochako had him last and speculated she might have gone to arrange a playdate. Izuku clenched his fists in frustration, realizing that someone had taken his son. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬, misinterpreting Izuku's distress, suggested he was suffering from hunger-induced paranoia after being away for so long. Izuku was stunned to learn that he had been frozen for over 210 years. He looked at his Pip-Boy, confirming the date was October 23rd. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬, still cheerful, offered to prepare a snack for Izuku, who noticed the robot's overly happy demeanor. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 expressed his loneliness during the long years, lamenting the challenges of maintaining the house in the aftermath of the bombs. Izuku tried to calm him down, impressed that a robot like 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 had survived a nuclear blast. Mei mentioned her plans to create her own Mr. Handy when they returned to their universe. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 then handed Izuku a holotape, explaining it was something Ochako had intended to give him as a surprise before the chaos ensued. Izuku wondered what a holotape was, and Luke explained it was similar to a cassette tape but capable of storing more than just music. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 assured Izuku that it contained a private message for him. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 mentioned that his etiquette protocols would not allow him to play the holotape himself. Ojiro noted that the robot had held onto that tape for over 200 years without playing it, all because 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐬 had asked him not to. That was true loyalty. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 suggested that any standard holotape reading device, like the Pip-Boy on Izuku's arm, should work brilliantly. He then decided it was time to stop feeling sorry for himself and proposed they search the neighborhood together, hoping the Mrs. and young Toshi might still turn up. Izuku inquired if 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 had seen anything dangerous. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 replied that it was just the usual nuisances, pesky neighborhood dogs and mosquitoes, and offered to investigate. Izuku agreed, and 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 proudly led the way. As they walked, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐬 hummed a tune until he noticed movement in a nearby house. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of giant overgrown flies. Everyone screamed in shock, and Luke identified them as bloatflies, explaining that they were among the weaker enemies. Izuku took aim with his 10mm pistol and fired a few rounds at the bloatflies, causing them to burst apart. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐻𝐬 then detected movement in another house and urged them to follow him. Inside the next house, Izuku activated 𝗬𝗬𝗓, a system that allowed him to slow down time and target an enemy. Ochako expressed confusion about the system, while Luke explained its purpose. Mei expressed excitement about creating her own version of the technology, but Snipe warned her that it could lead to anyone copying his quirk. Luke suggested they continue watching. With his target locked, Izuku fired again, taking down another bloatfly. Suddenly, 2 more bloatflies approached, but Izuku swiftly eliminated them using 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 then expressed concern that Izuku's family was not there, realizing they might truly be gone. Izuku remained determined, insisting that Toshi was still out there and he needed to find him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 mentioned Concord, a place where people were still alive, despite having faced some rough treatment in the past. Izuku decided to head towards Concord, but first, he made a quick stop at his house. Inside, he found the place in disarray, furniture overturned, holes in the walls, and leaves scattered everywhere. He spotted his copy of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 the Barbarian on the counter, grabbed it, and added it to his inventory. In Toshi's bedroom, he noticed some furniture knocked over and toys scattered on the floor, but thankfully, the crib remained mostly intact. He placed a hand on it, reassuring himself that he would find his buddy. While searching, he discovered the Your Special book under one of the dressers. He pulled it out and used it to enhance his luck level before placing it in his inventory. In his and Ochako's bedroom, he found their bed completely destroyed, reduced to a broken frame. He rummaged through a dresser that had survived and found his old army uniform and military cap, deciding to leave them behind for now. Continuing down the road, he encountered a few rad roaches, which he quickly dealt with. He checked some pre-war cars but found they were beyond repair. Noticing several workbenches and crafting stations scattered around the neighborhood, he dug through an old mailbox and surprisingly found some grenades, which he added to his inventory. Crossing a dilapidated wooden bridge, he left Sanctuary Hills behind. On the other side, he came across 2 corpses. One was a human in a Wastelander outfit holding a short double-barreled shotgun, and the other was a mutated dog with a tire iron embedded in its side. Luke identified the dog as a mongrel. Izuku looted the shotgun, some shells, and stimpaks from the Wastelander and removed the tire iron from the mongrel, placing both weapons and the ammo into his inventory. Iida expressed disapproval of looting the dead, but Luke reminded him that in a post-apocalyptic world, supplies were essential for survival. Izuku then approached a large statue of a Revolutionary War soldier and noticed a duffel bag next to it. Inside, he found a makeshift pipe pistol, a common weapon in this world, and added it to his inventory before continuing down the road. As he neared the red rocket truck stop, he spotted a German shepherd that ran over to him. Everyone reacted with excitement, and Izuku knelt down to greet the dog, wondering if it had lost its owner. Realizing he could use all the help he could get in the wasteland, he decided to take the dog along. Mina cooed at the sight of Izuku with his new companion. Together, they entered the truck stop to search for supplies. Izuku found stimpaks, tools, and a few other useful items, and he noticed that the radio was still working. It was playing classical music. He entered what appeared to be an office of some sort. He walked over to a desk that had a working terminal and a few other items on it. He checked the terminal, which displayed information about vehicles needing repairs. Then he noticed a metal container filled with bottle caps and decided to add them to his inventory. Kendo remarked that it seemed pointless to carry all those bottle caps, but Luke explained that they served as currency in the wasteland, and soon Izuku would be glad he had collected them. Afterward, Izuku ventured to the back of the truck stop, where he found an old Nuka-Cola machine that still had a drink inside. He grabbed it and enjoyed the refreshing taste, even if it was a bit flat. He and his dog continued down the road when they came across a dead 2-headed cow, with 2 giant mosquito-like creatures feeding on it. Luke identified the cow as a Brahmin and the mosquitoes as blood bugs. Izuku swiftly dealt with the blood bugs, and he and his dog pressed on until they reached Concord. As they approached the sign that read, "Entering Concord," the location was marked on his Pip-Boy and he leveled up. Kaminari expressed surprise at the level up, to which Luke explained that this world operated like a video game. Izuku and his dog traveled through Concord, passing a flock of crows that took flight as they approached, grateful to see some animals that weren't horribly mutated. Suddenly, they heard gunshots in the distance and followed the sound to an old Revolutionary War museum where a vertibird had crashed onto the roof. A group of people stood outside, firing at someone on the museum balcony who wore leather armor and appeared to be defending himself. Izuku approached the 2 closest individuals, calling out for their attention. They turned, brandished their weapons, and opened fire. Izuku skillfully dodged the bullets and retaliated. The remaining individuals in the area soon joined the fray. Izuku realized these were not friendly foes, as Luke had previously warned him about raiders, savages who thrived on chaos in the wasteland. Izuku and his dog fought valiantly, using their weapons and skills to overcome the raiders. Amid the chaos, a voice called from above, urging Izuku to help. He looked up to see Ida, who was trapped inside the museum with a group of settlers. Ida pointed to a dead body nearby that had a strange rifle next to it, pleading for Izuku to grab the laser musket and assist them. Izuku quickly took the weapon and entered the building with his dog. Inside, they spotted several raiders on the upper floors trying to shoot at Ida, who was returning fire with his laser musket from an open window. Izuku charged up his laser musket and fired at one of the raiders, disintegrating him in an impressive display of power. Luke explained that laser weapons could sometimes reduce targets to ash. Izuku attempted to open the metal gate leading to the stairs but found it locked. He and his dog took a longer route through the building, moving down a hallway when they heard a strange voice. It was coming from old Revolutionary War mannequins, still functioning and spouting phrases from history. They entered the next room, which was themed around the Boston Tea Party, where the speaker continued its monologue. As they moved forward, they were ambushed by another raider. The raider fired a shot that grazed Izuku's shoulder, but he quickly retaliated, shooting the raider in the face with his laser musket. After injecting a stimpack to heal his wound, Izuku noted that the stimpacks worked similarly to Recovery Girl's quirk, prompting discussions among the audience about their potential use in their own world. Izuku looted some stimpacks and ammunition from the fallen raider and proceeded up the remaining stairs. He found a switchblade on a table next to a skull and took it before continuing down the hallway. They crouched down as they overheard two raiders discussing their situation. One wanted to flee, while the other insisted they stay and fight. Suddenly, Izuku and his dog sprang from their hiding place, catching the raiders off guard. Izuku fired at one raider while his dog attacked the other. They passed a large mural depicting American soldiers through the years and ascended to the top floor. One of the raiders shouted threats as he attempted to force open a door to reach Ida and the others. As the raiders turned around, they were met with Izuku and his dog, with Izuku aiming his laser musket at them. He confidently stated that he disagreed with their assumptions before firing, disintegrating one of the raiders. The other raider charged at Izuku with a tire iron, but Izuku skillfully defended himself, striking the raider until he fell. Just then the door opened, and Ida appeared, ready to join the fight. "Come on," he urged. As Izuku and his dog entered the room, they spotted Ida standing there along with a few others in the background. Ida was dressed in what resembled a Revolutionary War outfit, complete with a tan duster, brown gloves and boots, a militia hat, a satchel, and other accessories. He also carried an upgraded laser musket and bore several scars on his face. Ida introduced himself as Tenya Ida, a member of the Commonwealth Minutemen, and noted that their timing was impeccable. Bakugo scoffed at the mention of Minutemen, expressing his disbelief that this was a violent game rather than an educational one. Luke assured him that it was indeed a violent game and encouraged him to keep watching. Izuku questioned the concept of traveling backward in time, to which Ida explained that the Minutemen were meant to protect people at a minute's notice. He shared his longing to make a difference, but lamented that things had fallen apart, leaving him as the last Minuteman standing. Shoji interjected, pointing out that Ida had not been asked for his life story. Curious about the others in the room, Izuku pointed them out. Ida explained that they were just people looking for a new home and a fresh start. He recounted their journey, mentioning that they had been driven out of Lexington by ghouls. Once a group of 20, they had dwindled to just 5. Himself, the Longs, Marcy and June, and old Papa Sasaki, who was sitting on the couch. The revelation of Nitai's presence surprised Izuku, All Might, and Mirio. Ida then introduced Maijima, who was focused on hacking into a terminal. Power Loader acknowledged Izuku but remained preoccupied with his task. Izuku inquired about ghouls, and Ida explained that they were people affected by radiation, some of whom had become feral and dangerous. Kaminari expressed hope that they wouldn't encounter any, but Luke assured him they would. Iida shared that they had initially thought Concord would be a safe place to settle, but raiders had proven them wrong. He hinted at a plan, prompting Izuku to ask if it would be enough to stop the raiders. Iida directed Maijima to explain. Power Loader revealed that there was a crashed vertibird on the roof, which contained a full suit of Cherry T-45 power armor, military issue. Izuku recognized the significance of the power armor, recalling its formidable reputation from the pre-war era. Power Loader added that if they could get the suit, they could also retrieve a minigun from the vertibird, which would give them a significant advantage against the raiders. However, Power Loader noted that the suit was out of power and required a pre-war fusion core to function. He explained that they knew where to find one, but it was locked behind a security gate in the basement. Power Loader admitted that bypassing security wasn't his strong suit, but encouraged Izuku to give it a try. Feeling confident, Izuku agreed to attempt it. Iida expressed hope that their luck was finally turning around, and wished him good luck. Izuku picked up a magazine titled 𝐼𝐼𝐬 Fun from the table, which included a holotape called Atomic Command. Luke explained that 𝗏𝐼𝐬 was the company that created the Pip-Boy and other devices, and that Atomic Command was a parody game. Izuku approached Night-Eye, who commented on how Dogmeat had found them help. Night-Eye acknowledged the dog's name, which surprised Mirio. When Izuku expressed a longing to keep Dogmeat, Night-Eye clarified that the dog was a free spirit who chose his friends. Curious about Night-Eye's abilities, Izuku asked if he could still see the future. Luke confirmed that it worked differently in this context. Night-Eye explained that he could see glimpses of the past, present, and future, and sensed something approaching, drawn by noise and chaos, and it was angry. Todoroki questioned what it could be, while Izuku vowed to stop it. Night-Eye wished he could help but cautioned that his visions weren't always clear. He urged Izuku to focus on his task. Izuku then approached Marcy Long, who was pacing anxiously. She expressed doubt about their chances with a vault dweller in a suit. Bakugo commented on her unpleasant demeanor, and Luke noted that she was one of the most disliked characters in Fallout 4, drawing a parallel to Bakugo's own attitude. With determination, Izuku moved on to Jun Long, ready to face the challenges ahead. Who was sitting there on the floor, curled up in a ball, rocking back and forth. Izuku asked if he was all right. The individual muttered to himself about promises made and broken, expressing deep regret. Kirishima wondered if the guy was okay, to which Luke explained that he had been through a lot, as had they all. Izuku then grabbed a Vault-Tec bobblehead from a desk, which increased his perception level. Luke explained that throughout the Commonwealth, these bobbleheads could enhance a player's skills, and Izuku had just acquired the perception bobblehead, boosting his skill by 1 point. He placed the bobblehead in his inventory and, along with Dogmeat, headed back downstairs to the basement. The floor was mostly caved in, allowing them to descend easily. Beyond the door, he spotted the generator with a fusion core inside. He had 2 options to open the door, hacking the terminal next to it or picking the lock. Noticing some bobby pins on the terminal, he decided to take them. He then pulled out the screwdriver he had obtained in the vault and used it along with one of the bobby pins to unlock the door. Ochako pointed out how Izuku could carry so many items in his inventory without pockets, to which Luke replied that it was just video game logic. Izuku successfully opened the door, earning a bit of experience in the process. He pulled the fusion core from the generator, causing the lights to flicker momentarily. Izuku and Dogmeat then made their way back upstairs through the room where Iida and the others were. Iida instructed them to go through the back room and up to the roof, stating he would hold off the enemies from there. Izuku and Dogmeat climbed to the roof, where they found a suit of power armor that looked rusty and unused for ages. Luke informed them that the T-45 power armor was the weakest in the game, with stronger variants like the T-51, T-60, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 existing, while Ochako asked if the raiders had any power armor. Luke confirmed they did not, but others might. Izuku inserted the fusion core into the back of the power armor, twisted the valve, and climbed inside as the suit sealed around him. Mei remarked that the mech suit she created was better, secretly jotting down blueprints for her own version of power armor. Izuku approached the crashed vertibird and removed the minigun from its stand. He then walked to the edge of the roof, where a raider shouted about someone being up there. Izuku responded by firing the minigun, taking down the raider. The raiders on the ground retaliated, but Izuku managed to eliminate many of them with his weapon. The raider boss challenged him to come down and show off the gun up close, to which Izuku agreed in a static voice from his helmet. He leaped down, landing safely and creating a shockwave, with Dogmeat following suit. As Izuku continued to fire at the raiders, Iida provided cover fire from the museum balcony. The raider boss acknowledged that not many could get past his crew, but Izuku's power armor absorbed the bullets. In a decisive moment, Izuku took down the raider boss with his minigun. Suddenly, a giant lizard-like hand emerged from the sewer grates, followed by a massive mutant creature with black scales, horns, and sharp claws. The audience gasped in shock as Luke explained that it was a Deathclaw, one of the most formidable enemies in Fallout. The Deathclaw dispatched several raiders before lunging at Izuku and Dogmeat. Izuku attempted to shoot it, but the creature was too quick. It slammed him into the ground, causing damage to the armor. Undeterred, Izuku got back up and resumed firing at the beast. Dogmeat bravely tried to attack the Deathclaw but was knocked aside. This made Izuku furious, and he intensified his fire on the creature. Spotting a car nearby that could explode, he shot at it, igniting the engine. The car exploded, injuring the Deathclaw, which Izuku finished off with a few more rounds. After the battle, Izuku's power armor was significantly damaged, with pieces missing. He then dealt with the remaining raiders using his laser musket and 10mm pistol. Rushing over to Dogmeat, he found him hurt and whimpering but quickly administered a stimpack, restoring him to health. They returned to the museum to speak with Iida, finding him and the others resting on the main floor. Iida asked if Night-Eye was okay, to which Night-Eye replied that he was fine and to stop fussing. Izuku approached them and exited his power armor. Iida praised Izuku's impressive display of skill and expressed gratitude for his support. Izuku inquired about their next steps, and Iida explained that they had a vision of a place called 𝐼𝐮𝐲𝐬, an old neighborhood they could revitalize. He invited Izuku to join them, emphasizing the need for his strength as there was more to his destiny, which Night-Eye claimed to have seen, understanding his pain. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked, feeling a mix of confusion and hope. Night-Eye explained that Izuku was a man out of time and out of hope, but reassured him that all was not lost. He could sense Izuku's son's energy, confirming that he was alive. Ochako expressed her relief, exclaiming that Toshi was alive. Izuku, filled with desperation, demanded to know where his son was. Night-Eye wished he could provide more information but could only feel Toshi's life force. He suggested that they start looking in Diamond City, the largest settlement around. Izuku questioned what Diamond City was, but Night-Eye told him he would have to wait to find out. He then pleaded with Papa Sasaki for more information, but Night-Eye, feeling tired, suggested that perhaps some chems would help him see more clearly. Iida interjected, warning that the substances could be harmful. Night-Eye dismissed the concern, stating that they all had to face their fate eventually, and they needed the site to navigate their challenges. He urged everyone to prepare to move to Sanctuary. Iida informed the group that they were heading to Sanctuary, a place Night-Eye had mentioned. Marcy expressed skepticism about relying on Night-Eye's visions, questioning the validity of their next steps. Power Loader attempted to calm everyone, asking if anyone had a better idea. When no one spoke up, he decided that Sanctuary would be their destination, hoping it would live up to its name. As they left, Marcy called for her husband June, and they all geared up to head out. Iida took the lead, instructing everyone to stay close. Along the way, Izuku scavenged some leather armor from defeated raiders. A short while later, they arrived at Sanctuary, where Iida recognized the Minutemen statue, recalling its significance in history. He pointed out that they were near the Old North Bridge, where the first shots of the American Revolution were fired, which he considered a good omen. Once inside Sanctuary, Izuku removed his helmet, expressing gratitude for joining the group. He reflected on how he should have listened to Papa Sasaki and noted that this could be a place to call home. Iida asked if Izuku believed in Night-Eye's visions, to which Izuku admitted he had been skeptical but was starting to reconsider given the circumstances. Izuku shared that he had been frozen for over 200 years and was now searching for his son, who had been taken away while he was trapped. Ida expressed sympathy and offered his support. He then mentioned a settlement that needed help, hoping to rebuild the Minutemen by showing they could be relied upon. He asked Izuku if he could assist, despite his ongoing search for his son. Ida emphasized the importance of helping others in the wasteland. Izuku agreed to help, and Ida mentioned that if he wanted to contribute further, he should speak to 𝐼𝐺𝐬, who would appreciate any assistance. Izuku then approached the settlers, where June thanked him for his help in Concord. June shared the pain of losing his son, Kyle, and Izuku empathized, acknowledging his own loss. They both recognized the need to keep going for the sake of their loved ones. Later, Izuku found 𝐼𝐺𝐬, who confirmed that sanctuary was a place tied to Izuku's energy. 𝐼𝐺𝐬 remarked on the surreal nature of Izuku's experiences, suggesting that the site could provide answers if he could bring some jet, a substance that enhanced perception and speed. Izuku learned that jet allowed users to slow down time from their perspective, and 𝐼𝐺𝐬 explained that while jet was the focus this time, other substances might be needed in the future. Izuku took a moment to think things over. Ida reminded him that the chemicals could be dangerous. Izuku expressed his need to find his son, while 𝐼𝐺𝐬 assured him that he would be there when needed. Izuku then approached 𝗟𝗟𝗪, asking if he was willing to help. 𝗟𝗟𝗪 explained that they could use some proper beds, as they had been sleeping on the ground for too long. Izuku agreed to assist, and 𝗟𝗟𝗪 pointed out a nearby workbench for him to use. As Izuku worked, he spotted 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and approached him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 welcomed him back and expressed hope that he had found assistance in Concord. Izuku mentioned he had made a few new friends, gesturing to Ida and the others. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 offered to accompany him throughout the Commonwealth if needed. Izuku accepted his offer, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reassured Dogmeat that he was in good hands. Ochako questioned whether Dogmeat could travel with both 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Izuku at the same time, noting it was one of the quirks of their situation. 𝗟𝗟𝗪 then taught Izuku how to use the workbench, and he set to work cleaning up sanctuary. He cleared away debris, repaired furniture, made beds for everyone, planted 𝐶RPs, and set up a water pump and purifier, ensuring they had defenses in place. After scrapping his old bed for a smaller one, he took Dogmeat and sent 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to the Red Rocket truck stop to help establish their new base. After completing a settlement mission, Izuku and Dogmeat returned to Sanctuary as the sun began to set. He approached Ida, who was pleased to hear that the settlement had decided to join the Minutemen. Ida handed Izuku a flare gun, explaining it could be used to signal for help from nearby Minutemen. Izuku then inquired about Ida's past as one of the last Minutemen. Ida explained that while he might not be literally the last, he was part of the last active group. He recounted the Quincy massacre, where a mercenary group had attacked, and the Minutemen were the only ones to respond. Sadly, many had turned their backs on the people in need. Ida shared that only a few had survived, and he had taken charge of the remaining group, but they had never found a safe place to settle. Izuku empathized with Ida's experience of being a survivor. Ida expressed his belief that while he couldn't rebuild the Minutemen, Izuku had the potential to do so. Izuku was surprised by this, questioning why Ida couldn't lead. Ida explained that while he could handle a firefight, he lacked the vision needed to unite the Commonwealth. He believed Izuku had the qualities necessary to be that leader. Ida elaborated on the Minutemen's purpose as citizen soldiers banding together to protect themselves and shape their future. He expressed his conviction that Izuku could restore the Minutemen and unite the Commonwealth. All Might, observing the conversation, acknowledged the weight of such responsibility. After contemplating the situation, Izuku realized that if he wanted to find Toshi and restore order, this was the path he needed to take. He agreed to take on the role. Ida welcomed him aboard, feeling it marked a new beginning for both the Minutemen and the Commonwealth. He assured Izuku that he would support him every step of the way, referring to him as General. Izuku was puzzled by the title, and Ida explained that the leader of the Minutemen traditionally held the rank of general. With no one to contest his decision, Ida declared Izuku the new general, emphasizing the importance of making the title meaningful. Kaminari cheered for General Midoriya, and Ida informed him of another settlement threatened by raiders, marking it on his map and encouraging him to find out what they needed to strengthen their cause. He had just become a general, and already he was being sent off to assist another settlement, 𝐼𝐻 thought. Iida believed it was important to help the people of the Commonwealth. Izuku, however, felt a different priority. He needed to find his son first. That night, Izuku went to bed, hoping that the chaos around him was just a dream and that he would wake up to see 𝐻𝐻𝐽 alive and Toshi safe. But when morning came, he realized it was all too real. He and Dogmeat returned to the Red Rocket truck stop where 𝐒𝐮𝐬 awaited. Izuku made some modifications to his weapons and donned pieces of leather armor he had scavenged from the fallen raiders in Concord. Standing at the road, he checked the map on his Pip-Boy to locate Diamond City, which was in Boston. It was the best place to begin his search for Toshi. He patted Dogmeat's head and set off down the road, determined to reach Diamond City. Meanwhile, Luke gathered everyone together, leading them into the cafeteria, which was adorned with birthday decorations, primarily themed around All Might. 2 birthday cakes sat on the table, and Luke exclaimed that it was a celebration for Izuku and 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Although they protested that it wasn't their birthday, Luke insisted that in his universe, it was indeed their special day, and he had brought 𝐼𝐻𝐬's parents to join the festivities. The group enjoyed a lively party filled with games, food, and gifts. They gathered around the table to sing a birthday song, and as they blew out the candles on the cakes, cheers erupted. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 presented Izuku with a gift, which turned out to be the limited edition All Might figure he had been eagerly anticipating. Izuku felt a pang of guilt as he told 𝐻𝐻𝐽 that she was the best gift he could ever receive, sharing a sweet moment with her that melted the hearts of those around them. Melissa gifted 𝐼𝐻𝐬 an updated version of his costume, explaining that it was a prototype suit designed to help him mimic his quirk until a permanent solution could be found. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed his gratitude, feeling hopeful about being a hero again. As the celebration continued, Luke prepared to send 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Kota to the kids' room. He snapped his fingers, and the scene shifted to 𝐼𝐻𝐬 running away from 𝗟𝗏𝗠 through an alleyway. Izuku, noticing her distress, approached her, concerned about the bandages covering her arms. 𝗟𝗏𝗠, attempting to assert control, was met with Izuku's fierce determination. When 𝗟𝗏𝗠 threatened to take off his glove, Izuku warned him to look away. In a swift motion, he charged forward, using his strength to incapacitate 𝗟𝗏𝗠 before he could react. The onlookers were taken aback by the intensity of the moment, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬 remarked that 𝗟𝗏𝗠 had brought this upon himself. Afterward, Izuku comforted 𝐼𝐻𝐬, assuring her that she was safe now. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed her gratitude, finding solace in Izuku's presence. Just then, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 arrived, demanding to know what was happening. Izuku explained that he had been protecting 𝐼𝐻𝐬 from 𝗟𝗏𝗠, who could no longer harm her. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 confirmed Izuku's words, and although 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was cautious, he recognized the truth in their exchange. Luke then addressed the audience, revealing the backstory of Izuku's actions. He emphasized the importance of keeping this information confidential, explaining how Izuku and his friends had gone off the grid to rescue Bakugo from the League of Villains. The revelation hung in the air, leaving everyone in awe of the sacrifices made for friendship and heroism. They felt compelled to act, even though they were technically breaking the law. Hiding behind the remnants of a wall during All Might's battle with All for One, they donned disguises. They only intervened when Bakugo was in serious danger, needing to rescue him. If they hadn't acted, the League would have captured him. Luke explained that he had checked other universes where they didn't save Bakugo, and he suffered greatly. Monoma remarked on the situation, pointing out that Class 1A wasn't as virtuous as they seemed. Nizu acknowledged that while they had broken the law, they decided to overlook it this time. However, in this universe, the 5 of them were expelled for their actions, despite saving Bakugo's life. Todoroki, Momo, Kirishima, and Iida transferred to Shiketsu, but Izuku had different plans. The only law they broke was saving Bakugo without a license, which seemed unreasonable. Luke expressed his disdain for a system that prohibited using quirks to save lives or defend oneself. The only time Izuku and the others technically broke the law was when they had to act quickly to prevent the League from taking Bakugo. Yet, they faced expulsion for it. Izuku concluded that the system was corrupt and decided to operate outside the law as a vigilante. Iida protested, emphasizing that it was still illegal, But Luke dismissed him and continued with the story. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was about to confront Izuku when Izuku dropped a smoke grenade. When the smoke cleared, 𝐼𝐸 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 found Izuku had vanished, only to look up and see him leaping onto the rooftops. He called out to 𝐼𝐸, hoping they would meet again, before dashing away. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 activated his earpiece, reporting the sighting of the mysterious hooded vigilante running across the rooftops, while also mentioning the child with him who appeared to have been harmed by a villain. As Izuku continued his escape, he was suddenly kicked in the face. He turned to see his former classmates, Todoroki and Momo, now dressed in Shiketsu-themed hero costumes. Yarashi complimented their outfits, while Cammy echoed the sentiment. Izuku acknowledged them, but both Todoroki and Momo took fighting stances. Izuku expressed his reluctance to fight but was prepared to defend himself as he drew his katana. They charged at him, but he skillfully dodged their attacks, trying to keep his quirk hidden. Todoroki unleashed an ice blast, which missed Izuku and instead froze Momo. Todoroki rushed to her side, calling her name, which caught Izuku's attention. He teased Todoroki about their familiarity, but Todoroki, frustrated, used his fire to thaw Momo while Izuku seized the opportunity to escape. Aizawa pointed out Todoroki's recklessness, noting that while he needed to help Momo, he had allowed Izuku to slip away. Todoroki reminded Aizawa that he was no longer his student in this universe. Afterward, Izuku returned home, preparing to climb through his apartment window when he noticed it was already open. Entering cautiously with his katana drawn, he discovered Ochako sitting on his bed, reading one of his old hero notebooks while still in her hero costume. He expressed surprise at her unannounced visit, and she apologized for forgetting to text him. Ida questioned why she wasn't shocked to see Izuku as a vigilante, and Luke explained that she was the only one who knew. She had discovered his secret shortly after his expulsion when she visited him and found him in his vigilante costume without his mask. She hadn't reported him because she still cared for him and appreciated the anonymous financial support he provided to her family. Ochako explained she was on break and wanted to check on him. Izuku shared that he had rescued a girl named 𝐼𝐸 from an abusive villain but had to escape when a hero tried to apprehend him. He recounted his encounter with Todoroki and Momo, assuring her they didn't recognize him. When she asked how he managed to escape, he explained how Todoroki's distraction allowed him to slip away. Ochako noted that it seemed like there was something more between Todoroki and Momo, given his use of her first name. As the conversation shifted to relationships, Ochako hesitated before suddenly kissing Izuku. He was taken aback at first but soon reciprocated. They sat on the bed, sharing a tender moment. Just as things heated up, Izuku's phone rang, prompting him to excuse himself to answer it. Izuku was on his way after hanging up the phone. The crawler had contacted him with a lead on the person who had been hurting 𝐼𝐸. The man's name was Chi Hasaki, also known as Overhaul, the leader of the Yakuza and the 8 Precepts of Death. It was revealed that they had been doing terrible things to 𝐼𝐸, using her BLD to create Korka racing bullets. Aizawa, Tensei, Midnight, Present Mike, and Detective Tsukachi were surprised to hear about the crawler. Izuku explained that he was a vigilante they had encountered before. Ochako expressed her concern, urging Izuku to let the professionals handle the situation. However, Izuku was determined to take action, recalling past instances where the heroes had failed to intervene when he and his friends needed help. He was tired of waiting for the pros to act and was ready to confront those responsible for 𝐼𝐸's suffering. Before leaving, Izuku turned to Ochako, indicating they would discuss everything later. Ochako, feeling a bit flustered, mentioned she needed to return to Ryukyu as her break was almost over. Izuku jumped out the window using full cowl, while Ochako floated out, and they parted ways. Half an hour later, Izuku stood outside the Yakuza base, ready to confront them. He thought to himself that it was time to show society who the real heroes were. The screen then went black. The lights came back on, and Izuku teleported 𝐼𝐸 and Kota back into the theater, inviting everyone to join him. They returned to the cafeteria, which was decorated for a birthday celebration. The excitement filled the air as everyone shouted, "Happy birthday, 𝐼𝐸." After some confusion about the time and space difference, they enjoyed a huge party filled with games, love, and affection for 𝐼𝐸, who was overjoyed. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝐼𝐼 was locked away in another room, unable to ruin the festivities. At the end of the celebration, they sang happy birthday to 𝐼𝐼, who blew out the candles on her cake. Koda presented 𝐼𝐼 with a gift, a Deku plushie, which made her smile brightly and kiss him on the cheek, causing him to blush. The room filled with us from everyone present. Afterward, they returned to the theater, and Luke announced they would celebrate 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿's birthday next. The cafeteria was once again decorated, and everyone joyfully exclaimed, "Happy birthday, 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿." 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿 was surprised, recalling that they had just celebrated 𝐼𝐼's birthday. Luke explained that from his perspective, the birthdays were spaced out differently. The party for 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿 was filled with laughter, games, and delicious food. Tears of joy filled her eyes as she finally got to experience a real birthday celebration, something she had longed for. After singing happy birthday to 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿, she received gifts, including a heartfelt painting from 𝐼𝐼 depicting the three of them holding hands. 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿 cherished it, kissing 𝐼𝐼 on the horn, which made her giggle. Izuku then gifted her a bracelet he had commissioned from Luke, which brought tears of joy to 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿's eyes. She expressed her gratitude with kisses, making Izuku feel appreciated. Luke suggested they return to the theater, and the group prepared for another fun segment. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and camaraderie as they enjoyed their time together, celebrating not just birthdays but the bonds they shared. As the festivities continued, Luke initiated a meme break, prompting laughter and playful banter among the characters. They shared funny moments and light-hearted jokes, creating a joyful atmosphere that highlighted their friendships. The day was filled with warmth, laughter, and the promise of more adventures to come, as they all enjoyed the time spent together in Luke's unique pocket dimension. 𝐼𝐼 expressed his confusion about the situation. Aizawa reminded him that Midoriya already had a mother, insisting that adopting him was not an option. 𝐼𝐼, however, was determined and challenged anyone to stop him. Twice chimed in, mentioning that they had already attempted to do so. 𝐷𝐵HI, puzzled, asked for clarification. Luke explained that America had recently elected a new president, coinciding with the revelation of 𝐷𝐵HI's true identity as Tuya Todoroki in the manga. This revelation prompted laughter from the crowd, while Class 1A, Mirio, 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿, Izuku, All for One, and 𝐼𝐼 felt a wave of fear wash over them. 𝐷𝐵HI reacted with disbelief, dismissing the claim as a meme. 𝐼𝐼 enthusiastically supported the idea of various character pairings, stating that Izuku and Tadamomo were great ships, while 𝐾𝐞𝐭 made no sense at all. Izuku, 𝐼𝐼, Shigaraki, and many in the audience found humor in the situation, although 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿 appeared annoyed. He managed to assert that he was not dead, just missing his arms. Luke playfully teleported in front of 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿 and told him to be quiet before returning to the stage. He proudly presented something he had created, which 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐿 admired as appealing. 𝐼𝐼, however, cautioned Midoriya against using a gun. Twice shared a dark memory about having to eliminate one of his other selves, which he claimed did not end well, while his other personality insisted it went great. Mitsuki agreed with the latter. Bakugo reflected on the sleepless nights he had after discovering that Deku possessed a quirk, vehemently denying it when confronted. Luke pointed out that Bakugo's behavior suggested otherwise, leading to a collective realization among 𝐼𝐼, Kirishima, and Kaminari that they were indeed in a similar situation. 𝗟𝗏𝐿 expressed a sense of entitlement, while Gran Torino questioned his role as a father. Luke suggested that Gran Torino had guided 𝐼𝐼 and Izuku in a fatherly manner. Fat Gum wondered how he fit into the father role, to which Luke responded that he was like a dad to Kirishima and Tamaki. Izuku was confused, and Luke admitted he thought it looked cute. Tsu recalled a funny incident that occurred at the park, which elicited a stern reaction from Shoto and Rei. Luke shared a humorous story about an alternate universe where Bakugo's behavior led to him being jailed. Aizawa warned Monoma against trying to copy someone else's quirk, threatening expulsion. Izuku, 𝐼𝐼, and Mirio reacted strongly to the situation, while the rest of the audience expressed surprise. Luke then emerged from a portal and suggested to the teachers that Bakugo should be allowed back into the hero course. The teachers and Bakugo were shocked, especially since Luke had initially supported Bakugo's expulsion. Luke explained that his perspective changed after watching a movie titled Heroes Rising, which depicted their adventure on Naboo Island. He then opened a portal, introducing 𝐾𝐿, Mahoro, and their father. Izuku and Bakugo greeted them warmly, and Luke explained that he wanted Mahoro to see Bakugo become an official pro-hero, as she looked up to him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 granted Bakugo a final chance to remain in Class 1A, warning him that any further bullying would result in permanent expulsion. Bakugo accepted the terms gratefully. As 𝐾𝐿, Mahoro, and their father took their seats, 𝐼𝐸 introduced herself, and 𝐾𝐞 joined in the greetings. Luke announced the next universe, which was based on a comedy from his world, where most of them worked at a paper company called Dunder Mifflin and were being filmed for a documentary. Mina expressed skepticism about the premise, but Luke assured everyone that it would be hilarious. He described a scene from the show featuring Ochako as the receptionist, who would later receive a promotion. The camera then focused on Iida, who was at his desk, watching Ochako leave. He signaled the camera crew to move closer, revealing his role as a paper salesman and safety instructor. Iida opened his desk drawer to reveal a blowtorch and lighter fluid, wrapping them in a cloth with concern. He then exited the room, locking the door behind him, and began recounting a fire safety talk he had given the previous week. As he used the blowtorch to heat the door handle, he reflected on how nobody had paid attention, attributing it to the dullness of PowerPoint presentations. Iida lamented the effectiveness of his teaching methods, emphasizing that people learn in various ways. Experience is the best teacher, Iida thought as he used a hammer to secure wooden doorstops under the door, preventing anyone from opening it from the other side. He then applied a blowtorch to the door's handle. He reflected on his earlier fire safety presentation, where no one had paid attention. Now, he was unsure of his next steps. Luke encouraged him to keep watching. The scene shifted to Iida in another hallway, pouring lighter fluid into a trash bin filled with paper. He lit a cigarette, declaring that today, smoking would save lives. He tossed the cigarette into the trash bin, igniting the paper inside. Panic surged through him as he exclaimed what he was doing. Luke reminded him that he was conducting a fire drill. Iida glanced around the office, hoping someone would notice the smoke creeping in, but everyone was too engrossed in their work. He asked if anyone smelled something smoky, but May, an accountant at Dunder Mifflin, suspected he had brought in jerky again. As the smoke began to spread, Iida turned to Ochako, who noticed it too. She jumped up, alarmed, and pointed to the smoke, while Izuku, another employee and salesman, reacted with urgency. Iida questioned the procedure as everyone stood up from their desks, expressing outrage at the situation. Luke commented on the absurdity of the council's decisions, and Iida, confused, asked for clarification. Ochako discovered the phones were dead, adding to the chaos. Mineta pointed out that the smoke might be coming from the hallway, but Iida insisted they couldn't be sure. Present Mike, the branch manager, emerged from his office, urging everyone to stay calm, though his attempts were met with laughter. As he prepared to check the door handle, Iida cautioned him about the possibility of a fire in the hallway. Mike placed his hand on the handle, questioning its warmth. The tension grew as panic started to spread among the group. Ochako suggested trying the other door, prompting a rush toward it. Iida attempted to maintain order, but people were bumping into him. Amid the chaos, 13 realized she had forgotten her purse, but Izuku urged her to leave it behind. They moved through the kitchen, with Mike shouting for everyone to keep moving. In the back room, Aoyama and Kaminari checked the door handles, both discovering they were hot. Mike declared they were trapped, leading to more panic as everyone scrambled to escape. Back into the main office, knocking over the camera in their haste. Iida pleaded for calm as the smoke thickened around them. Amid the chaos, May opened a drawer to reveal her cat, Bandit, and comforted it. Iida reminded everyone of the exit procedures, but they were too distracted to listen. Mineta ran back into the break room, prompting Iida to remind everyone to remember their exit points. Aoyama climbed into the ceiling, urging May to stay alive while he sought help. May attempted to join him but was told she was too heavy. In a moment of desperation, she threw Bandit up to Aoyama, but the cat fell through another ceiling panel, causing Izuku to react in alarm. Iida suggested calling 911, realizing the gravity of the situation. How are they supposed to call 911? Izuku laughed, while Ida expressed his confusion. Mike was in the meeting room, tearing the blinds off one of the windows. He then threw a chair at the window, trying to break it open, but it just bounced off. The scene shifted to Mineta, who threw a chair into the vending machine in the break room, shattering the glass. He then began filling his pockets with the snacks inside. Luke commented that Mineta was a pig in this universe, while Momo noted that at least he wasn't a pervert. Luke replied that he was still a pervert, just not as much as he was in Momo's universe. Back in the main room, Ochako asked what they should do. Ida encouraged her to use the surge of fear and adrenaline to shape her decision-making. Tensei dismissed this idea as terrible. Izuku, determined not to die, urged Ochako to follow him. Luke mentioned that Izuku was also a salesman and that he and Ochako were dating at this point in the story. Ida then lit a firecracker and threw it on the floor before casually walking over to the fire alarm. The firecracker started going off, causing Mei to panic. Kaminari screamed that the fire was shooting at them, and most people burst out laughing. Jiro teased Kaminari, calling him an idiot, while Kaminari defended himself. 13 questioned what was happening. Ida activated the fire alarm, and the scene shifted to Izuku and Kaminari moving the copying machine. Izuku suggested they try using it as a battering ram, and Kaminari enthusiastically agreed. Suddenly, Aoyama's legs crashed through the ceiling, causing more chaos. Kaminari and Izuku, in a frenzy, rammed the copying machine into the door, but it was ineffective. Mei screamed in alarm. The scene cut back to Mike in the meeting room, throwing a projector through the glass window, shattering it. Mike shouted for help through the window, and the camera shifted to Aizawa, who was in distress. Izuku and Kaminari attempted to ram the door again with the copier, but only managed to break it further. Finally, Ida stood on top of a stool and blew a horn, bringing silence to the room. He announced that this was a test of their emergency preparedness and that there was no fire. It had all been a simulation. Izuku was shocked by the revelation. Ida clarified that it was merely a training exercise, and Aoyama dropped from the ceiling. Ida then asked what they had learned. Suddenly, Aizawa collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Ida expressed disbelief, insisting that it wasn't real and that Aizawa wouldn't have a heart attack. Everyone rushed to Aizawa's side, panicking. Present Mike shouted that Aizawa would not die, emphasizing his determination to save him. Mike insisted on giving Aizawa mouth-to-mouth, but Izuku protested against it. Mike worried that Aizawa might swallow his tongue, while Aizawa reassured them that he was fine. Izuku and the others tried to pull Mike away, but chaos ensued as Mineta spilled his snacks on them. The screen then cut to black. Aizawa asked if he was going to be okay, and Luke reassured him that he would survive. 𝐼ZO remarked that they should never let Ida run a fire drill, to which Ida defended himself, claiming it was another universe.